Oh, I just wanted to let you know, we're running a little behind because there is an issue with the live stream. There's a really loud static, so we have to contact Cox to fix it because we'd like it to be transparent. Okay, so as soon as we're ready to start, I'm hoping in a few minutes we'll get started. Thanks. Good morning. Good morning. It's Tuesday, November 19th. We're going to start our Board of Supervisors meeting. Can I get a roll call to establish quorum, please?
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance by Terry Newman. He's the Information Tech Department, the IT department. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Terry, how long, wait, I want to bug you a bit.
Okay.
How long have you been with Pima County?
Almost 22 years.
22 years. Well, thank you. And have you been in the IT department that long?
I have.
You have. Thank you. So tell us about what you do.
I am what they refer to as a business systems manager, so I interface with a segment of the county's departments to help them realize their technology needs for conducting their lines of business. So primarily I would do the health and welfare and the community services department currently.
Well, thank you for all you do. Thank you for taking time to be here. And for your 22 years, have you been in the boardroom before?
I have.
You have, good. Because a lot of times people are like, we've never been here. So thank you for coming. I appreciate your time and everything you do for Pima County.
I appreciate the invite.
Thank you. Yay. And next we have the land acknowledgement statement is going to be offered by Bruce Donahue. He's a Justice Services Navigator for the Pima County Transition Center. Thank you. We have a lot of interest in the work that you're doing, always.
Thank you very
So
much.
thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers to the land from the time of immemorial, and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral lands of the Tohono Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaki tribe within Pima County. Consistent with the Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building equal relationships with the Arizona tribal nations. Skogsierdik, Anya Abjugi, Bruce Donahue, Anya Abjugut. Good morning. My name is Bruce Donahue. I come from where the owl hoots. I'm a member of the Tohono Nation and a member of the Chukutcook district, and I come from the Miguel community. My grandfather was Thomas Segundo Butt. My grandfather was Thomas Segundo Butt. My grandmother was Flora Manuel Butt, and my mother was Lenova Segundo Butt. In the O'odham way, we say Butt to recognize that the loved one has passed on, and that to let them know that we're simply acknowledging and that we're not calling upon them. In honor of Native American Heritage Month, I wanted to share a little bit about the Tohono Nation and a little bit about the culture. Years ago, the Tohono used to take an annual pilgrimage down into Quino Bay of Mexico, where we would trade for salt. They called this the salt pilgrimage. When the spiritual runners, which were selected from various families, various communities, would go down there, they would take the wares from our communities, such as basketry, pottery, a variety of different things. They would go down there and they would trade with the Sierra and the Taramara Indians of Quino Bay. When they did that, after their trades, they would comb the beaches and they would collect shells. When they would collect those shells, they would bring back those shells and they would gift those shells to family members. Those shells recognized the sacrifice that spiritual runner made for their family, that sacrifice, that dedication, that spirit of service that they showed to their community, to what they call their hajan, their family, So when they would come back, when the spiritual runners would come back, they would gift these shells to their family members in recognition of all of that, and that encompassed the sacrifice that they made to their community, ultimately to be of service. So this morning, I would like to thank this board for their service, and hopefully hope that you would accept these necklaces from myself as a member of the Tohono Nation and as a member of the Department of Justice Services. So if I may.
Absolutely. Can you take the mic?
Mr. McCullough, would you come forward? And if I may present this to you, Ms. Will, I think you're still here. I wanted to thank you especially for welcoming me this morning and reaching out. Thank you very much. One more time, as a member of the Thorn Autumn Nation and as a member of the Department of Justice Services, I wanted to thank you guys for your service and for your, what the Autumn called Beat the Ortica. Beat the Ortica loosely translates to your commitment that you have shown Pima County. Thank you this morning.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. We really appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for all your service as the Justice Navigator. You're doing, we heard a lot about what you're doing, and I know all of us, if we haven't had a chance to go visit, really should go and just talk to you all about the work that you're doing and the resources the increased resources you're going to need for what you do.
We welcome you all and we hope to see you all, see some familiar faces.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Bruce. Very kind. Pause for pause. I don't see them. Okay. Oh, there she is. Okay. I thought I saw. Oh, and a sweater. A puppy in a sweater.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, Mr. Brown. My name is J.J. Johnson. I'm the Deputy Director at Pima Animal Care Center, and I have brought Pebbles today. She was supposed to be in my lap, not standing up. Pebbles is about 4 years old. She came from a home with too many animals, so she wasn't being cared for properly. She does have valley fever. She just came back from medical foster. And if she goes back to medical foster, she may need some treatment, which PAC takes care of. She's really sweet, really calm, very lovable. So she is available at PAC. If anybody would have interest in her. So what we're doing, we just recently had our fall festival on Sunday. We had a great turnout. The community turned out. We had a lot of animals adopted. But we still have 470 dogs. We have about 80 cats. And for those of you that's your thing, we have a few rats. So, so come on down to PAC and see them. We are very grateful to the community for coming to PAC and for supporting us as they consistently do. And thank you all for your time. And come see me in Pebbles at PAC.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. So next we have a presentation, a proclamation to Janae Arenas, Chair, and Valerie Pelora, Commissioner of the Pima County Small Business Commission, proclaiming the day of Saturday, November 30th, 2024 to be Small Business Saturday in Pima County. I'll go ahead and move the item. I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Christie. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Thank you. No, you hold it. I'll read it. Okay. So whereas the Pima County Board of Supervisors celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community, and whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 34.7 million small businesses in the U.S. Small businesses represent 99.7% of firms with paid employees. Small businesses are responsible for 61.1% of net new jobs created since 1995, and small businesses employ 45.9% of the employees in the private sector in the U.S. And whereas 68 cents of every dollar spent at a small business in the United States stays in the local economy, and every dollar spent at small businesses creates an additional 48 cents in local business activity as a result of employees in local businesses purchasing local goods and services. And whereas 59% of the United States consumers aware of the Small Business Saturday shopped or ate at a small independently owned retailer or restaurant on Small Business Saturday 2023, and whereas advocacy groups as well as public and private organizations across the country have endorsed this Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday, and whereas Pima County values, celebrates, and supports its many and varied small businesses which create jobs, boost our economy, and preserve the unique nature of our local communities. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Saturday, November 30th, 2024 to be Small Business Saturday in Pima County, and urges residents in our community to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday, celebrating its 15th year in 2024, and to shop small throughout the year. Passed and adopted this 19th day of November 2024. Thank you. I'm gonna speak and I'll hold this and you can use this mic. Oh, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and Madam Chair, thank you, and members of the board. Today we gather to celebrate the heart and soul of our community, our small businesses. I am a small business owner myself. I own Picture Rocks Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing. And with Small Business Saturday is a time to reflect on the incredible impact these businesses have on our lives, our neighborhoods, and our economy. Each small business has a story, a family, and a vision, and behind every small business, there's someone who has poured their heart and soul into cultivating it. I'm a small business owner, as I mentioned, and I can confidently say all businesses have faced challenges, overcome obstacles, and yet those that are still standing continue to thrive, all for the love of their product and service to serve you. When you choose local, you're doing more than just making a purchase. You're contributing to the tapestry that makes our community unique. We are helping local families, creating jobs, and keeping money circulating right here at home where it's needed most. Every dollar spent in a small business helps create a ripple effect that strengthens our community. So let's take a moment today to say thank you. Thank you to the small business owners who work tirelessly to make our world better and brighter. And thank you to all who continue to support them with your love, loyalty, and patronage. On this Small Business Saturday, let's show our city that we believe in the power of small businesses and the difference that they make. Together, we can create a future where these businesses continue to thrive, bring innovation, passion, and personal service to us all. Thank you. Let's celebrate Small Business Saturday, November 30th.
Thank you for being here. I learned that Miss Arena's dad worked with my dad at Carichimaca, like a couple years ago. So it's a small world, I tell you. Tucson is great that way. Thank you for being here. So now we're going to go on to call to the public. Oh, yes, agenda adjustments.
Okay. On the regular agenda, page 3, item 10, it's the board sitting as the Stadium District Board. Also on page 5, item 20, sitting as the Board of Supervisors under Keno Sports Complex. It's the contract with Metropolitan Tucson Convention and Visitors Bureau, DBA Visit Tucson, and Arizona Soccer Holdings, Inc., DBA Visit Tucson, FC Tucson. Staff requests these items be removed from the agenda. On page 4, item 17, contract under Facilities Management, Valencia Tech Park, LLC. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. On page 5, item 19, it's the contract under the Health Department, Helping Ourselves Pursue Enrichment, Inc. This item is contingent upon approval of agenda item number 36. On page 7, item 36, it's a grant, Acceptance Health, Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. This item requires approval prior to consideration of agenda item number 19. On the addendum agenda, page 1, item 2, under Board of Supervisors, request for independent investigation. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're on to call to the public. All right. So citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, or similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. If you'd like to speak and haven't filled out one of these cards, please do so. Staff is available here. Right now, I only have 4 speaker cards. And so first speaker is Gisela Aaron, followed by Mark Keys and Joseph LaSalvia. And if I've called your name and you want to come up to the front, you're welcome to do so, please. Did you want that, the camera turned on? Okay, can we turn the camera on, please? Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Gisela Aaron. I live in Pima County. And I simply looked at the Secretary of State's website and tracked the number of ballots cast in Pima County. And I took a screenshot of almost every update. So the first update after the election was on November 6th at 3:12. And it says there were 306,504 ballots cast. It needs to be over here. The Secretary of State's website lists every county, all of the counties, but not separate web pages by updates. So you can't tell the next morning when they updated the numbers and overwrote the numbers, or they're no longer there. So you can't track them unless you have a screenshot. And that's what I've done. And so I found that numbers were oscillating up and down of total ballots cast. They should be after the election. We know how many people have voted because of the 10X EPO books. We know how many people signed in, how many provisional we had, how many were dropped off. That's the report that we have to fill out when we work the election. And also the mailed-in ballots. We know how many were mailed in. So we should know that number should be stable, and it should fairly stay the same unless provisional might be a little move up and down. Anyway, so the first posted numbers were November 6th at 9:09 in the evening. We had total ballots tabulated, 346,736, and these 3 columns make up the estimated total number of uncounted ballots. That's what the county put out, and I just simply calculated the total ballots cast of the tabulated numbers and the uncounted, and it was on November 6th at 9:09, 521,775. And I have screenshots here of every item. So on, this is November 6th, we had 346,175 39. So we have 521,775.
Your time's expired.
I found.
Ma'am, your time's expired. Thank you.
Up and down. Please have a look.
Thank you, ma'am. You can submit that to the staff and we'll get copies. Thank you.
I will.
So the next speaker is Mark Keys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Great, good morning.
My name is Mark Keys. I am a resident of Pima County, District 1. Is that on?
Yeah, if you want to move a little closer, like, oh,
Whoop.
I had a feeling.
And it's rolling under the table.
Okay, we'll get that in a minute. Yes, thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
I am director of the co-op that is currently operating our well on the parcel that Pima is considering putting up for auction. We have operated that well the well has been there for over 40 years. Co-op, which is a nonprofit entity, has been operating it for over 10 years. We would like to purchase it from the county. Problem we have is we would rather not purchase it via an open public auction with a minimum bid. My understanding of the state statute that requires Pima to sell land through auction, I understand that, but I believe the statute also has exceptions for nonprofit organizations if the county is selling, excuse me, to a nonprofit. And I believe we qualify as a nonprofit, as would any co-op in the county. We basically just collect dues and use that money to maintain the well. Excuse me. So the reason for my coming here today is request that the board consider and maybe bring in counsel to see if we can buy this directly rather than go through the expensive and what I deem unnecessary bid process in the instance of a co-op purchasing something that is basically just a well easement, a 20 by 20 foot square block of land that is only good for that. And that is the request. And I don't have anything else to say.
Right.
So it'll be less than 3 minutes and we can all go home a little sooner.
Thank you. Joseph LaSalvia, followed by Dave Smith. And then these are the last two cards. Oh, I have a couple more. The hearing. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to address you today. My name is Joseph LaSalvia. I'm an active duty Air Force member stationed at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base and a resident of Pima County, District 2. I come before you today to discuss a matter of public health and safety. For the past 6 months, I have been working with the Pima Animal Care Center to resolve an animal noise complaint. A resident living near my home harbors at least 5 dogs, which are left unattended outside all day and all night, regardless of the weather. The dogs are in apparent distress, routinely fight amongst each other with sometimes lethal outcomes, and frequently bark clearly and audibly beyond the property line. The barking is loud and frequent enough to repeatedly wake me from sleep every night and to render me unable to focus or comfortably enjoy my residence during the day. I am personally familiar with at least 12 other residents at nearly as many distinct addresses who are similarly suffering due to the same noise, but are unable to meet the PAC's highly stringent reporting requirements due to either difficulty in contacting the PAC staff, concerns for their personal safety after previous harassment from the animal owners, or, most commonly, both. This type of nuisance may constitute a violation of the noise prohibitions described in Tucson City Ordinance, Section 16-31, paragraphs A and B, of the public nuisance definitions in Section 16-34, and furthermore may serve to classify the dogs as vicious under Section 4-7, subsection 1. Chronic sleep deprivation and persistent exposure to noise pollution is well documented in the medical literature as a serious health concern. The 6 months of ongoing noise is negatively impacting my mental and physical health, my duty performance, and the safety of those I serve in the line of duty. However, the singular agency with any authority on matters of animal care remains unable or unwilling to take action to resolve the noise or the animal fatalities. In my ongoing attempts at resolution, I've learned that my account is far from unique. Unmitigated animal noise is, unfortunately, an endemic problem across Pima County. To protect public health and ensure the safety of our community, I call upon the Pima Animal Care Center for timely and substantive enforcement of animal behavior and animal noise-related ordinances. I have evidence of my complaint ready to present whenever the PAC shall permit me to do so, and I will be available after this meeting to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Smith? And Mr. Smith is my last card. If anyone else wishes to speak during this period, please do so. We do have a number of cards for the public hearing.
Well, once again, good morning. Here we are, another Tuesday. And, it's ironic, 2 weeks since our election, we're still, of course, counting ballots. We're still curing ballots. It's kind of funny. We have a recount coming now. It's not funny. It's what's happening. What Gisela was trying to point out is we have incongruities. We have changes in ballot counts, and it just creates fear and concern. Since last week, John Lesher has reached out, and I hope to be developing a bipartisan effort to examine and decide on better options within the county to help build that credibility in the election process. And that's something that I don't find any debate among my Democrat friends, my libertarians. I don't know of any Greens, but I'm sure if we had a Green in here, they'd agree that we have the integrity of our election is critically important. And these questions, when you look at the numbers, it does create who's counting, who maintains the list. If the Secretary of State can't keep the same patterns, what is happening at our elections department down here? And the recorder's office needs to be held accountable for some of these things, arbitrarily closing and opening U of A early and never opening really at Northside. We had one serving Marana, the Oro Valley and Marana area was the Oro Valley Library. Well, meanwhile, we have early voting areas all over, which we can't observe. Anyway, that's still a bone of contention. The only county in Arizona that doesn't permit observers in the early voting centers is Pima County. And all that does is exacerbate our concern, exacerbate the issue of doubt and suspicion and the conspiracies. You know, over the last few years, we hear all this talk about conspiracy theories. Well, the problem with a lot of conspiracy theories, they turn out to be true. Yes, it wasn't Russian interference. No, it was a legitimate computer and this and that. And the question becomes look, as the county, you people are here for the next 4 years. And of course, you'll be replaced. But I'm just saying is that it's an obligation the board has to look and solve these solutions, because I can't believe your constituents aren't as concerned as everyone else's constituents. I think if I went to District 5, Madam Chairman, you would hear the same concerns people have. And so these are the things that I ask you to think about. I actually reflect on these numbers that Gisela put together. Perhaps you can get this to the board. And we can see the fact that our concerns are legitimate, our concerns are important, because this is such an important issue. And again, I thank you for your consideration, and thank you, Steve.
Thank you. So that's, we don't have any other cards, so I'm going to go ahead and close the call to the audience and just make note that at 9:34, Supervisor Hines joined the meeting. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they wish to ask staff to review a matter, ask that a matter be put on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism.
Sure.
Supervisor Christie and then Supervisor Scott.
I would appreciate.
Do you want to turn on your mic? Is it on?
I would appreciate. There?
Yep.
I would ask that the items brought before the board by Ms. Aaron be addressed by the Elections Department, that the Department of Elections Director review what she's found and address them. At this particular point, I think it's important that there be that kind of communication with what Ms. Aaron has found versus what the Elections Director can provide as far as some kind of explanation. Secondly, the gentleman that was talking about the property was it a well?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I would ask that staff address the issue with him and discuss the situation for his clarity. And the PAC issue, I'm sure I noticed Dr. Garcia already speaking to the gentleman, but that needs to be addressed too, and I'm sure it will be. But those items, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
I would second the second request that Supervisor Christie made, since Mr. Keys and his co-op have a request that I'm sure Mr. DeBonis was listening to with interest, and if he could share his contact information with Mr. Keys.
Yeah. Thank you. And that item, I believe we're voting on today, so we sort of have to, if we're going to consider it, we need to make a pause on when we get to that item. Okay. We have a number of people here for public hearing, so I'm wondering if it's okay with the board, we can move to items, we'll just take 41 through 45. Okay, so, all right. So item 41 is a bingo license. Is anyone here in opposition of this item? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move that item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. I have speaker cards as well. And so we have item 42. We don't know. This is a rezoning for South Butts Road. Is anyone here to speak in opposition of that item or speak on the item? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move that item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 43, we have several speakers. And so this is a conditional use permit for the American Legion Madera Post. I'll go ahead and call Larry Ashby, Morgan Cordler, sorry, and Manuel Beltran. Do you all want to come up and speak? So, Larry Ashby? Yes, please. You have 3 minutes, just like the call to the public.
Certainly.
And you can have a seat, and then as soon as he's done, yeah, perfect, thank you.
My name is Larry Ashby, and I live at 3055 Placita de la Picasa in Green Valley. The statute for the RHCUP states that the purpose of the RH zone is to preserve the character of the rural area in the county. Every HOA in the area has architectural guidelines that call for brick and stucco buildings, yet the applicant is proposing a commercial steel building that serves food to the general public. For more than 40 years, the I-19 freeway west frontage road from just south of the Chevron station at Continental exit and to the town of Amado, which is 10 miles to the south and in a different county, has always been residential. The statute also states that development should be allowed, quote, only where appropriate and necessary to serve the needs of the rural area, end quote. If this is a private club, then it doesn't serve the needs of the area. It only serves its members. It is allowed to be open to the public. If it's allowed to be open to the public, which I've sent pictures of to you all of the signs that they use now to open their private club to the public for 7 out of 10 of their meals, we're asking you to consider very seriously the change that this decision could have on our area of residential homes that have been popular in part because there is no non-conforming commercial development currently in the area. Now, I don't want to be a whiner. I don't want to be a NIMBA, whatever that word is. So I want to offer my services to help. Let's find the best place for the American Legion. And I have a couple of ideas. Woke up this morning and I thought, wow, what about Canoa Ranch? Veterans could be on the De Anza Trail. What a great place for it. There's 4,000 acres there. Could they have 6 acres? I don't know. What about the mine? Could the mine give up 6 acres somewhere near CCAP? What does that mean? 50 seconds? Okay. CCAP, CPAC, whatever it's called, the place where could they do that? Then that land, which we're talking about, that 6 acres, couldn't it be used as an area to enter the golf course park, which Pima County operates? So there are other ideas. There's ways to do this so that the American Legion needs a building. Absolutely. No one's against that. Is this the best place? That's our question. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan Cordler.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to be here. I appreciate it. I have a packet that I think has been put in your hands, and there are 2 items in there that I'd like to bring forward. Within the item is a photocopy of an aerial photo and survey that has been in the possession of Encanto Estates Incorporated Board. This document does notate ownership of the wall to the east of our property. The general population of Encanto Estates, especially those of us who have been here a long time, have always believed we own the wall. My question is if the American Legion has provided their most recent survey to Encanto Estates to prove ownership of the wall. With this unknown, I feel the approval of the conditional permit should at least be delayed until proper ownership is determined. The second item in the packet is more personal than anything else. I am an American Legion auxiliary member thanks to the service of my father. I believe in every American Legion post. I don't care what number follows it. But I do know that I enjoy a lot of the social activities at our Legion, and we are provided with a calendar of events that shows a large amount of social activity. This social activity concerns me in terms of the amount of traffic that I experience when I'm attending these events, especially late into the evening. And the Legion I attend has a very good exit and entrance. I am very, very concerned about the traffic patterns that the calendar of events creates for the new Legion location. And I've wondered if the Post has provided a calendar of the events and the possible amount of attendees so that this can help be an indicator of what the traffic will become if the site is approved, not only for the site, but for the entrance on I-19, which at this point in time, in my personal opinion, is a 2-lane blind spot over the speed limit, no lighting, no turn lane area. So I have great concerns for the traffic. Thanks again for the time.
Thank you. Manuel Beltran?
Thank you, guys. My name is Manny Beltran. I am the state commander for the American Legion, the largest veterans organization. I think there is a demand for this. Our veterans need an outlet where they can be. Our mission statement is be the one. We're there to save lives. It's important that our veterans mingle with each other, get help, and I think it's so important. Another thing is, the American Legion does so much for our community, state, and nation. I mean, we're there for having a polling booth. We're there to help the neighbors and whatever we can. So I think we'd be a great asset for this area. And like I said, there is a big demand. Just want to be there for our veterans. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. John Backer? And Mr. Backer is the last speaker for this item. If anyone else wants to speak before, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, John Backer. I live down in Sahuarita, and I wasn't originally going to speak on this item, but I thought my background might be helpful. I've served on the Planning and Zoning Commission of the town of Sahuarita for 8 years, most recently as the chairman. I served Pima County in District 4's Board of Adjustment. And I echo the statements the gentleman just made. And through my service in those two committees, I found that where there's a will, there's a way. I think some worthy statements have been made to the opposition here. If it's the architectural style of the building, things I've heard in the past, if you've got a steel building, you could paint it a color that doesn't make it look like a steel building, potentially stucco that building. So I would urge you to support this, even if it requires some mitigation to make it fit within the community and satisfy the concerns of the neighbors. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and ask if there's any questions or
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
this has been a very highly profiled issue in the Green Valley community. There's been a number of community meetings. I know the Green Valley Council has weighed in on it and facilitated a lot of communication with the community and the Post. Matter of fact, a gentleman by the name of Bill O'Malley, who is the chair of the Green Valley Council Planning and Architecture Committee, forwarded me a recommendation of that committee that states the consideration of the conditional use permit be delayed until the applicant can obtain ADOT approval for access on the site. The project has not established that there is adequate capacity on the I-19 frontage road. I think of a number of issues that had been present over this whole subject have been addressed and have been either removed or modified to make sure that the neighborhood is taken into consideration here. And it seems that the feedback I've been getting is that the neighborhood is very receptive to these changes, and that the Post has worked diligently to try to be good neighbors, to try to accommodate the objections, and to look for resolution that would be satisfactory to all parties concerned. I'd like to ask staff, Development Services, I understand that they have an update with new conditions, and if they could just lead us through what is probably the most current status with this issue, and perhaps we can find a clear pathway that can make sure that everybody is on board with this.
Administrator Lesher?
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie. Yes, staff can easily catch you up on where we are with that.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, Tom Drzgalski from Development Services. So within the last week, we provided a memo update to the board, just outlining what has occurred since this case was heard by the Pima County Hearing Administrator. Public hearing held by the Green Valley Council. Applicant made changes to the site, removed RV spaces, made some oriented changes to the building to positively impact noise and light impact on neighbors. And then one of the other concerns addressed was traffic generation from the frontage road. One of the items we're proposing is a new condition that requires the applicant to secure ADOT approval prior to the site construction permit. So should this be approved, they'll start their improvement project, but they'll be required to get ADOT approval, which may include right turn lanes, a light, improvements to the road. All of those things will be done prior to the issuance of any site construction permit before any work occurs on site.
So, Madam Chair, Administrator Lesher, the issue of the traffic, this whole project cannot proceed until ADOT does its study and it is presented to the community and to the project ownership. So this is probably the first step, is to approve the special conditions and then have the whole project pending on what ADOT finds in its studying. But nothing can happen, am I correct? Nothing can happen until after the ADOT traffic study.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, that's correct. So I think in terms of sequencing, this is the correct approach. There is enough information for the hearing administrator to make his recommendation. There's enough information in the packet for staff to offer our recommendation. So by all means, that's correct. There's enough information for the board to decide on the conditional use permit, and then ultimately, it's correct, they will not be issued a permit until they secure access with ADOT to use the frontage road.
Accordingly, thank you. Accordingly, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the American Legion Madeira Post 131 represented here in the request of a type 2 conditional use permit for a private club in accordance with the section so stated be approved, subject to the standard and special conditions, which we've just heard.
So they're revised.
Excuse me,
Okay.
revised and updated approval of this project subject to the standard and special conditions.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and second. Any other discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Just, I'm going to support the motion, but just for public information, the second sentence in the special conditions says, no occupancy of buildings or use of the site shall occur prior to construction work required on the frontage road being completed. Do we have any timeline as to when we expect that work to be completed?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, that'll all occur during the site construction permit process. It's really going to be dictated by the applicant and how quickly they prepare plans, work with ADOT, and secure all the approvals. So it could be as quick as a few months. It could be, years still.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, and just to be clear, we are, the motion was to include the revised standard and special conditions that were just outlined here and whatever has been updated since the posting of this item. And then that information will be provided to the clerk so everyone's really clear about what it is that we're approving.
Supervisor Grijalva, yes, that will include the condition proposed in our memo, and we'll provide that to the clerk of the board.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
just in closing, I would like to ask, and I know I don't need to, but I just want to make sure that it's publicly stated that all parties, the neighborhood, the homeowners association, and the post leadership, please continue to work together, talk together, try to keep an even keel on the whole discussion, because I think there's some mutual beneficial elements here, but they're only going to be that way if there is that communication and a continued dialogue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 44 is a hearing for a conditional use permit on South Wilmot Road. This is a type 2 conditional use permit for RV and boat storage. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition of this item? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now, item 45, we have a hearing of conditional use permit, and we have several speakers on this item. So I'll go ahead and call Colton Noble, followed by Nicole Harris and Leanne Enrick. If you're here, and if I've called your name, if you can come forward, that would be great. Yeah, and everyone has 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, Supervisors. Thank you for your time. We'll have an opportunity to go through the slide deck that I gave you guys, or no?
Go ahead and speak on the item, and then if we have any questions, you'll be here. This is the applicant. Okay.
I'm the applicant. Hi, my name's Colton Noble. I'm here on behalf of Sharon Vineyards. We are working to get to get tasting room added to our conditional use permit. I think this is more of a clarification. In 2016, Pima County approved a new tasting room permit. We received the letter of occupancy in 2018 for that new tasting room. So we are trying to get this new tasting room added to our conditional use permit. That was done in part as a negotiation with Pima County staff, who requested that we pave the 3/4 mile long driveway to our business from Highway 83. That is unpalatable with my neighborhood. It's a $2.5 million project probably to pave that road and build an engineered bridge over Davidson Canyon Wash. We can't afford that, and that makes my project unviable. In addition to that, I think there's about 70 letters of support that you folks have probably received and have in your inbox from my neighborhood, from customers and clients, showing that this is a mutually beneficial add to the community. We hold elections at the community. We hold elections at our tasting room. We hold small events. And I think what I'm really asking the board to do right now and consider is approve the tasting room conditional use permit, but please axe the special conditions proposed by the county staff. I think that the conditions proposed are nebulous, they're hard to define, and I don't have a good feeling for what they actually mean. And so it's hard for me to say whether I'm in compliance with the special conditions or not. We're not opposed to adding infrastructure or improving our road, but we want to do it in a way that's balanced with the RH homestead, maintaining that rural aspect of our area. We don't want to pave the road. We don't want to, excuse the expression, but Tucsonize or urbanize our area. That's why folks live out in the area we do. And I would just ask you folks to approve the tasting room conditional use permit request. Please consider axing the special conditions, and we will continue as a small business. And it was nice to hear the small business proclamation this morning, because it is very difficult to run a small business. But if you could approve it without those extra conditions, it would be beneficial to my community, the neighborhood, and I think the county at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Harris.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to come up here to support, I'm an employee of Sharon. I wanted to support the owners, Sarah and Colton. My husband and I, he's active duty. He's been active duty for 19 years. We've traveled quite a bit, and I will say that Tucson has been our most favorite duty station that we have been at. So I'm sure you have something to do with that since you help run the area. We really love it here. And part of what's made it so great is finding Sharon, finding that community there, not only becoming friends with the employees, but the neighbors as well have kind of become like the family that we're missing back home. And so I just wanted to come up, show my support. They're very smart people, the owners. One's an engineer, one has her doctorate. They're very considerate. They're very kind and thoughtful, so they've put a lot of thought into this. They're very considerate of their neighbors, and they've just done a lot for my family and I. They've donated to the Davis-Monthan Spouse Club that I'm a part of. So they're just very giving, very smart and considerate, and I really hope that you listen to them and help them make this work, because it is a really, really special place. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Lori Magnuson, followed by JJ Laurels. Oh, I'm sorry. They stuck together. Leanne. And right, yes, I apologize. I called you first.
No worries.
And then I just sort of handed it off. They stuck together. I'm sorry.
No worries. My name is Leanne Eric. I've lived in Vail. My family moved to Vail in 1979. I live on the road with Sharon Vineyards. I live at the top by the Doppler radar tower. I've lived there for 21 years. Sarah and Colton are fantastic neighbors. And we do want to preserve the rural nature. I mean, that's why I moved there. I own sheep and I own sheepdogs. And so we don't want it paved. Do not pave our road. There aren't enough people. It's not worth it. And we don't want people coming down our road. But the vineyard only affects that first third mile. They don't affect the road traffic at all. The only people who really do are Amazon trucks. They create a sense of community in a place that's really hard to be communal. I mean, a rural area, you know your neighbors by the trucks they drive and you wave and that's it. But the vineyard, I don't even drink wine. The vineyard is a great place to come together. We come together at harvest. It kind of puts you back in touch with the land and the rural nature of the places that we live. There's no downside to the vineyard. It's a great place to go. They have my Dr. Pepper if I don't want to drive all the way into town. So I just really want you guys to support them. They're a small business. We have too many big mega companies moving in. Every time you go any place around the suburbs, it's all a bunch of Culvers and McDonald's and garbage. Let's support the little guy. Let's help these guys. These are our neighbors. These are our friends. They're raising their daughter there. She walks through the vines and picks out bugs. So, these are great people. Support them. That's our job. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Magnuson, followed by JJ Laurels.
Good morning.
And then JJ's our last speaker.
Hi, my name's Lori Magnuson, and I would like to take you on a very short journey. My husband Rick and I moved here. He's from San Diego, and he's a professed desert rat. Okay, I'm from upstate New York. I lived in the Finger Lakes with the rolling hills and the beautiful wineries. When Rick decided on a retirement time frame, we decided Arizona was the place to be. In 2016, we started visiting a variety of locations in Arizona. Our first stop was Tucson, and we found Sharon by chance. The scenery and the welcoming atmosphere of Sharon touched our hearts from day one. We made multiple trips to the Copper State, but always returned to Tucson area and made visits to the Sharon vineyards. Ultimately, we decided on Pima County, and we live in Sahuarita. In August of 2022, we stopped at Sharon for the afternoon, and I asked about employment. I had a job within 2 weeks, and my husband had one a couple months after that. A few months later, we had this sense of community that you look at when you try to relocate. We were home. Most of our staff is from somewhere else. It is easy to see how that enhances the community at large. We have patrons where the winery is their only social outlet. We have folks that visit Pima County specifically for the vineyard. Through this, they bring money to the county through hotels, restaurants, etc. Sharon supports other small businesses such as food trucks, Tucson Chocolate, and Popped Artisan of Tucson. A significant amount of the merchandise in the gift shop is from local crafters. They support local organizations such as the military, the Arizona Trail, and the Vail Historical Society. Sharon is a gem in the desert of Pima County. The rustic vibe and the top-notch service are the things that propel it forward and bring people in. The community also has the opportunity to be a bigger part of the Sharon family during harvest. Our harvest is 100% volunteer. In 2022, we had 70 volunteers over 4 days. In 23, 100 over 4 days, and in 24, 100 people over 3 days. People come back year after year. We have volunteers who have been coming to harvest since the original owners started the winery in 1999. As I surveyed customers and neighbors over the last several days and asked what they liked about the winery, they talked about the people, driving through the landscape and feeling like they are part of the scenery, and of course the wine. No other winery in this viticultural area has the view of the mountains and the spectacular sunsets, as well as being a working farm. Our patrons, family, and friends are loyal, and we want nothing more than for them to feel welcome. The new structure is for them to enjoy the views, the wine, and the companionship in a bright, modern environment while maintaining a small boutique winery feeling. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. JJ, Laurel.
I'm JJ Lamb with Vail Preservation Society. Thank you, Chair Grijalva and Administrator Lesher and supervisors. Sharon Vineyards has been a very important part of the Greater Vail area community for over 30 years. They are a noteworthy local economic driver and contribute to the local cultural vibrancy. They are also the gateway vineyard to the vineyards further south in the Sonoyta and Elgin area. Sharon Vineyards is the southern tip of Vail's Arizona Downtown Alliance designated Vail, Arizona Main Street corridor. We don't have that typical downtown, as you know if you've been to Vail. Vail Preservation is in full support of their plans to improve their facilities and site. We are not in support of the conditions of paving the road, building a bridge, or limiting their guests to 15 at a time. The improvements that they propose will add to local and Pima County's economic and social vitality. Sharon Vineyards has established itself as a contributor to the social and cultural life of the community through their outstanding service and the gathering place that they offer. It complements their excellent wines. They are very purposeful in their community engagement, and they welcome volunteers at harvest time. The vineyard is located in a historic rural setting along Highway 83, which is designated as a scenic roadway. This setting is an important element that contributes to an authentic sense of place that reflects the roots of the Greater Vail community. Maintaining this historic landscape and setting is important, especially as growth it pushes further to the southeast. The rural, unspoiled, natural setting provides a peaceful experience that locals and visitors alike enjoy. The cap of 15 guests is draconian and would lead to financial ruin of really any business, as would the cost of paving the road that no one wants to be paved. I believe that Pima County understands and supports local business and encourages the entrepreneurship like Sarah and Colton. I would encourage the board to approve the plans for Sharon Vineyards to improve their site, but to to approve it without requiring paving the road, building a bridge that is out of character with the surroundings and the neighborhood, and remove the 15 guest cap. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this issue? You can come up and speak, and then if you can fill a card out as soon as you're done, please.
Good morning. My name's David Burhans. I've lived out there for 50 years. I'm original equipment out there. And on this 1,000-foot deal, I'm the two properties to the east. It's been a big part. I've approved and gone along with everything they wanted to do. When I first moved out there, you could count everybody in the 70s on your one hand. It's not that way anymore, but drive along I-10 going out there and along, and they need the extra space. I don't want a paved road. A bridge would be nice, but that's too much money for anybody to attain. We have the best maintained dirt road out there. We all pitch in, we have it paved, graded twice a year, and we get a lot of compliments from the customers coming out. I'm a regular at the winery. It's Santa approved. I'm the resident Santa. But along the way, they very community orientated. They, like the young lady said, veil preservation, and they also do something with the Arizona Trail. They have part of the sales on their wines going to these two organizations to help them, which is great. And I also, what other one? Oh, they're on the Monopoly board. Did you know that? Anyways, they're growing. They need the space. And I mean, I see them across the road all the time, and the music's great. I get free band because I live so close. But anyways, they need the new room. They're expanding like everything else out that way. They're just, I cannot believe every time I drive to town, my jaw drops with all the growth out there. But anyways, it's a fun place for all the neighbors and friends and family. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and close the public hearing and ask my colleagues if they have any questions. This is in District 4, so I'm assuming Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair, thank you. It's obvious what a great asset this vineyard is to the community and to the southeast region. And not only from a business standpoint and an attraction standpoint, but an economic driver standpoint and being a good neighbor. That whole area is absolutely magnificent, and it has been pointed out that it is the gateway to that burgeoning vineyard industry, and it sort of is the welcoming mat to even a greater opportunity for that whole region to expand its mission and effort, not only to provide a meeting place, a tourist attraction, a business, to employ people. I absolutely love that area, as does anyone who's lived in southern Arizona for any length of time, and I support their efforts, and I support their mission, and I support their progress. There are some issues that I think need to be discussed and addressed, and I think obviously this is why we're having this meeting today. I want to make sure that if there are things that need to be done in order to comply, that they are fully transparent and fully made known to all. And I think many of the compliance requirements have significant issues, such as safety factors that could put not only the potential for the vineyard to be in a liability situation, but the county as well. So, Madam Chair, with your permission, could we hear the updates and the current situation and status of this, of the conditions and the conditional use issues from staff?
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you. Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie, Chris Poirier, Development Services. Yeah, staff and the hearing administrator are abundantly supportive of the vineyard and the continuing operation of the vineyard. The rub has to do with the potential for introducing events like weddings or large gatherings, where then we'll have not the locals that already live out there and know the roads and understand consequences, but then bringing in the general public to a pretty primitive situation where you're going to have to cross the Davidson Canyon Wash, which is in that grade. So the conditions imposed by the hearing administrator, again, are supportive of the continued use of the vineyard, But if there are going to be larger events, and we determine 15 people is the line we're drawing, then there are requirements that will kick in. The requirements then will be dealing with all-weather access. You know, let's say there's a wedding and we have people from out of state that get there and then there's a monsoon storm. People could be trapped. Let's say emergency vehicles need to respond and then the parking in its current configuration is generally casual and dirt. And if it's not engineered and not properly striped, there could be many more challenges for EMS to get there. So essentially, the conditions are set up, again, to allow the continuation of the use, but to only allow then larger events if the applicant is willing to take on and bear the costs that are associated with a commercial use. So pretty much every commercial development in Pima County is subject to doing what we call a development plan. That's engineering, that's paving, that's parking. The original CUP was for a much more toned down vineyard where they were growing, processing, selling, and distributing from the site with a little bit of tasting, and that's fine. But anything more than that, the typical requirement then is, again, this development plan requirement. So staff is advocating that the conditions as presented to the board today will allow the continuation of this use. But if they want to do more, then they're going to have to do more. And that's going to be borne by the applicant. And our primary concern has to do with access, especially through Davidson Canyon Wash, which is a highly channelized, very large water flow in the county.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I see the situation because the way that the business seems to have been operated and presented to me by the many letters of support for it is issues like 15, 20 people getting together for a nice wine tasting event, maybe an art class for a dozen people, maybe some kind of a historical issue with the Preservation Society that wants to meet there, a dozen people or so. And what you're conveying is that those types of meetings, those types of population of guests really isn't concerning as far as the impact to safety. But what you're concerned with is if there's an expansion of events, graduations, bar mitzvahs, weddings, where you've got maybe as much as 100 to 150 people and all of those issues. I think what we need to do at this point is to clarify the future plans of the business as to how they want to look at their future and how they want to conduct future events and to see what compliances are required in order to do that. So I think there needs to be more discussion between development services and the owners and the community, and that there be an understanding about the limitations that, as you point out, and as a former business owner, I know what regulations can do to the future goals of a business, and they can be debilitating, but perhaps there's some kind of leeway, some kind of wiggle room, if you want to use that term, where accommodations could be made that would agree to what the county requires, and also, and most importantly, allow the business to prosper and grow. So my recommendation, Madam Chair, is at this point that we continue this item for 60 days and direct that the owners, development services, the administrator, and the community continue meeting and dialogue to understand and to address all of these conditions and all of these issues and all of these ramifications that a growing and expanding and important business has to deal with in order to protect their own liability, protect the county's liability, but make sure that it doesn't do anything that would impede the ability for the business to succeed and prosper. So my motion is to ask for a continuance of 60 days on this matter.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that. I don't know that we have to vote for it unless we're voting this down and bringing it back different in any way. My question was going to be specifically about events and what would constitute an event, because I mean, would this require us to rezone, and does that make sense? Because I just am in District 5, we have similar, where it's like in the middle of nowhere, and this beautiful venue is out there, and now they're hosting events every weekend, where before it was like occasionally, it wouldn't happen that often, and now they're trying to figure out how to put 30 cars into what is essentially like a residential parking. And I think that maybe there could be some accommodation for looking at what would a rezoning look like in this area, because I just think that it would make it all easier to understand what an event is. If you have 30 people there for a small wedding, occasionally, like writing it all out, I think just makes sense, because you're going to want to, because you're going to have a really beautiful area and people are going to come by and have a wine tasting and then say, it'd be really nice out here. And so you want to be able to have that flexibility on what that's going to look like. And I just think that if we don't look at the use permit, if we don't look at the zoning, then this is going to be a problem that you're going to be running into all the time. So I would suggest we postpone it, but not necessarily leave it exactly the same way, to give staff the flexibility to be able to bring it back with language that's different. Because if we just sort of push this exact item off, it'll come back exactly the same, which I think would be frustrating. And then I really want to hear from staff, because I have a real issue with just throwing out the special conditions, because I think it's still not going to address the concern that you have in the long run. I feel like I feel like the applicant should have the flexibility to be able to look at what the future use might look like and build the request to match that. So then that way it would be like the largest, given the location, the capacity is going to be 50 people. And what does that look like? And where's the parking? I just think it would be better to plan that stuff out. I don't have an issue necessarily with what was presented. I just think that it will be frustrating in the long run for the applicant because you guys are going to continue to bump up on this issue. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So no motion will be necessary?
I don't think so. I think that I would rather, instead of, that for staff and the applicant to bring this item back when it's ready.
Just direction.
Yeah, just direction. And then when it comes back, you have the flexibility to be able to change the language. Because otherwise it'll just come back exactly the same, which I don't think addresses the problem.
So Chair Grijalva, I do have a motion on the floor. So
I'll withdraw it.
withdraw. Okay.
And then it'll just come back when it's ready to come back. Does that make sense? I'm seeing nods, and I think that's okay. Supervisor Hines.
Chair Grijalva, just for clarification, because you did close the public hearing at the beginning. So can it come back with her closing the public hearing?
If you put the item back on, then you have another public hearing.
So did you want to, it's getting postponed. That's what you guys.
Not necessarily. He withdrew that. So it's going to come back.
He withdrew continuing it. So
Okay.
then you said to postpone it or delay it.
I'm in favor of continuing it. I withdrew my motion to vote to continue it.
Yes, but we closed the public hearing. So can they bring it back or postpone it without a public hearing, with the public hearing being closed?
No,
That's my question.
I think we would just have another public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, it would just be like, we're bringing it back. A new, whatever the proposal is.
And if people want to speak, they can.
For sure. Yeah. Supervisor Hines.
Question for staff. How do people traverse the wash currently? There's no bridge right now, right?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Hines, correct. Currently, it's an at grade, which is allowed in a residential setting, right? And then which was considered with the original approval for the Vineyard, because they weren't expecting a lot of any events and not a huge amount of visitors coming and going. It was sort of recognized that it would be allowed. But if it's shifting into something more commercial, then our concern grows, and then that would need to be dealt with.
Okay.
And there was a reference to a business that also utilizes that same road that has more like industrial use. Does that happen or not? I just want to make sure that we make it as easy as possible for people to be able to expand when like the community demands it, but also make sure that we cover what our liability might be as the county.
Yes, Madam Chair, all the zoning in that area across the wash there is RH, so we're not aware of any legally permitted industrial user that is using it. And we're certainly supportive, and the conditions as is are supportive of the Vineyard increasing the size of their tasting room. The conditions were set up to do that. One concern we have with a larger discussion is this request came in as a conditional use permit for the wine tasting room. And then through the discussion, responding to the applicant, staff and the hearing administrator did come up with conditions, to that request. If now it's going to come back and be something bigger, like in an actual event center, then we are going to have to start the conditional use permit over from the beginning. One consideration is a consideration that the request be heard today with the conditions presented. And then if the applicant wants to come in and do something more, that is there for him either way, right? So what's before the board today is a conditional use for a wine tasting room. So whatever we do has to fit within that scope.
Yeah, I just think we don't want to make it difficult. I mean, building a bridge seems a hair of a stretch. I just think that that's a lot when you're considering, perhaps the applicant can come up with what they anticipate might be the calendar. Like, how often will events be happening? Will it be once a month? Will it be every weekend? And I think that it sounds to me as if the community wants to figure out a way to make this work, but also make sure that it's not cost prohibitive. Because, it's great to have a really beautiful spot but if nobody can come visit,
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
I just want a clarification, perhaps, Mr. Brown. Do we need a vote to continue?
If you're continuing the item as it is, yes. If it's going to come back in any other way, we discuss the item and it'll come back. I don't think we have to, correct? Yeah, if we're continuing, then we could vote and say, I want it to come back on this day. But my hope is that we're going to be able to work something out where it makes sense, because I do think that requiring paving, requiring a bridge is just incredibly cost prohibitive for the benefit. And we're just gonna we're gonna continue the discussion, but I think that it sounds to me as if this item, as it's presented, is not going to be a workable solution. So,
thank you, Mr. Brown, for your response.
I just know because we just did this the other day. Yeah. Any other questions from my colleagues? Okay. So this item will return. All right. Thank you all for being here.
Chair Grijalva, just for clarification, so it's staff direction for the item to return in 60 days?
No, we just took off the 60 days when it's
So it's
ready. If
just
it's ready in
whenever
30
it's ready,
days,
it's
that's
gonna come
okay
back.
too.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Next meeting, it's okay. Yeah. Right? We don't want it to be restrictive. We just wanted us to be able to figure out what some of these concerns are. All right. Make sense? Okay. All right. Thank you. So if it's ready by next meeting, that's okay. There's no limit. All right. So now it's 10:30. We have a time certain of 11. So do we want to go into executive session? Okay, I'll go ahead and move that we go into executive session. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Items. We're going into exec and we'll be in recess until then. No, it is hard to open that. All right, thank you so much for your patience. We had executive session item number 7, and that was just discussion. And now we're going to go to the time certain items of 11. The first one is Valencia Tech Park to provide a lease agreement for space located at 3000 East Valencia Road for the Pima County Recorder's Office. This is the general fund amount, I'm assuming in their budget. I do have a question about this one because this one has 1.2 million for 5 years. So the assumption is then it's roughly 256,000 a year. But then when we did the math, it is 196,700. So I'm going to bring this up, not just in this item, but there are several. I think in the county, we have to come up with we need to come up with a math problem. And then everyone needs to fill in the blanks on what that is. So for example, if it is 1.2 for a 5-year term, then it's misleading. We do it different ways throughout the agenda. So I think that you have to have what this amount is the average for the year. And then when you have 5-year term, the assumption will be that it's multiplied by 5. In this case, I know that's not the case, but I just think that we have to get consistent with what it's looking like. And if it's not an easy math problem, then we have to define it differently. Because unfortunately, what happens, we have an agenda review for our board meeting, and we sit here, we have legal, we have our county administrator, we have Melissa, and I sit here, and every time we ask, she has to open up the attachment and look through it to try to figure out what that means. So I think the whole purpose of these items is to make it easier for the public without having to, do their own research to like, what is it that you're voting on? And every time we have this item, it's different. So in this case, the math doesn't add up. And so I'm just wondering if there are front-loaded fees for this. And I know our county recorder is here, so I don't know if it's a contracts question, but the 1.2, almost 1.3 million for a 5-year term, that's the entire contract, right? That's the amount for the 5 years. But then what is the amount that is going to be expended annually?
Thank you. And Chair Grijalva, it is part of facilities as that lease, and Mr. Holmes is here to explain what the breakdown is.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair Grijalva, members of the board, or Administrator Lesher. So there's 2 sections on this lease agreement. There is 4.4, which is numbers that I think you're referring to. When you add those up, add up to 773,000. That's the actual base rent, and this is where it could potentially be confusing. There's a base rent amount in section 4, which is what adds up to 773,000. There's a section 6 in the same agreement where you have operating expenditures broken down into utilities, maintenance, and insurance. Those are all estimated costs, and so it's hard to, so this is why you get to the 1.2. Those estimated operational costs end up bringing that annual total lease agreement to that 1.2 as a total. So you're looking at about what's referred to here as roughly $150,000. There's about another $100,000 that are operational expenditures that are all estimates. And so when we do these lease agreements, we're working on estimates on what insurance, what what improvements and maintenance costs may be. And so that's why you see more of a rounding, not an actual figure in the operational costs that are added to the base amount.
And so this is an all-inclusive lease. We're paying Valencia Tech Park for all the utilities, the insurance, all of that?
This is, yes, that's correct.
Okay, because usually the insurance is something that we, the county, would cover because we're the ones that are insured, we're insuring the property. And then the payee would be us, as opposed to if we're paying them, that all of those fixed costs for insurance and that kind of thing. That's what my question was. It didn't make sense to me why we were doing it that way.
Sure.
And then operating year one, the tenant's portion of the operating expenses will be fixed at this amount. But we're the tenant, right? So it was confusing because I had to, again, look through every one of these items to try to add up the total that we're voting on. And I just wanted to make sure that this total amount is we are turning over to Valencia Tech Park, and that none of it is our expenses that we're going to incur as the county.
Chair, could have a Administrator Lesher. So those actual tenant proportionate shares. So this is one of those agreements where the tenant we had a huge interest in this particular building. Tenant had other commitments there. And so these were negotiated pieces of that. There are insurances that we cover on our own. These are really more the maintenance, operation, estimated types of improvements that will be made. That 1.2 really is at the top end of what we estimate. And so, and I apologize, is because when we're dealing with kind of unknowns as we enter the building, as the recorder gets settled in, there may be some expenditures that come up there. We do our best to try to estimate those yearly expenditures, but to try to get an actual dollar amount, we ask facilities to look at like buildings that we've gotten into and then give us a proportionality of what we think.
And we're paying Valencia Tech Park all of those. That, for utilities, for the insurance, all of that, that's an all-inclusive lease and we're going to pay those. That's sort of why I was a little bit confused, because it would seem to me that if we're approving a contract, that the contract amount is only what we're going to be paying Valencia Tech Park LLC, not anything else that we might be incurring. And that was where I was confused.
Sure, we'll actually try to make sure that's outlined more in the summary statement as we move forward, because it's embedded in the lease, but it's still confusing if you read through those, right? There's agreements that we understand from the technical standpoint, but the general public may get confused. And I think it'll be better if we can work out a kind of breakdown
I think that
way.
If you all can come together with a county administrator and come up with a simple math problem, like what is it, even if it's a 5-year lease, what is the amount that is the average? It doesn't have to be to the penny, but what is the average? So when someone looks at this agenda, they're like, oh, that's what that means. And then I'm glad, thank you, Gabriela Casares-Kelly, our county recorder, for being here, because this is an expansion. Can you talk a little bit about the
Madam
necessity?
Chair, do we need to have a motion or anything to discuss this? Or?
Oh, well, that was sort of my issue. I wasn't sure if I was going to approve it. So we can have a motion to discuss. Do you want a second? Okay, have a motion and a second by Supervisor Christie. Okay, so now.
Chair
it was more
Grijalva?
clarification of what we're actually voting on. Go ahead.
Chair Grijalva, members of the Board of Supervisors. This is a, we'd be moving into a much larger facility. This facility shares the same parking lot as our current facility. We are currently in 7,000 square feet. We're able to conduct an entire election in 7,000 square feet. It is not sufficient. It has been, we're bumping up against each other, and it is actually slowing the signature verification process. And so we would be moving across the parking lot into this new facility. It's 14,000 square feet. It would allow us to test and store our own equipment, allow us to have our own training space. It has office areas built in. It's a wonderful space that is, it's a good fix for the space needs that we're seeing now. We are, of course, just growing exponentially in Pima County. We're going to have more voters rather than less. And so as we continue to grow, our facilities need to match that. We need to have enough space for the 200 plus election workers that we hire during an election cycle.
And then are you going to be vacating the space that you're at now?
It'll take us some time. And we have not yet committed to giving up that space because we're trying to see what we can design within the space given. It's also depending on the need and the growth. It is something that there's an opportunity there, but I'm not ready yet to commit to that.
And that's a lease space as well, right? That's that's a county-owned property?
County-owned property.
So this is an increase to your, the expense is an increase.
It is,
for
and
you
it was included in our prior budget as well.
Okay. All right. Question.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Going back to the lease itself, I think you mentioned all of the inclusiveness of what the costs are. Who is paying for the tenant improvements?
Administrator Lesher or
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, tenant improvements are actually coming under our responsibility.
So we're paying the lease, all of the associated costs, and the tenant improvements. Normally, when you move into somebody else's lease settings, the tenant improvements are made by the owner. Why are we paying, in addition to everything inclusively, as you outlined, why are we paying for the tenant improvements?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, that was part of the negotiation back and forth. It is probably the prime real estate for this type of operation. And then back and forth in negotiations, that's kind of where we landed. It was our only way to actually acquire that particular building in this negotiation.
And Madam Recorder, you said that there was going to be a storage element of the move, that you felt there was a requirement to move accordingly. Will you be storing equipment?
Supervisor Christie, Chair Grijalva, yes. Currently, and prior to my administration, our office utilized U-Haul storage units. Those are not temperature safe for much of our equipment that needs to be secured. Currently, we have equipment stored in loaned locations. In the 2022 cycle, we actually were in the jail, and we're using space in the jail, which was, we weren't storing sensitive election equipment there, but we do have a large number of printers that need to be temperature regulated, and so we need a facility that will be able to do that. We have to also do our testing prior to every election, and so currently we're doing that in a loaned facility that is being loaned to us by facilities from the county, but it's not a permanent solution and it's not an ideal solution, and so we need a place where we're not having to go to multiple locations in order to stage our equipment in order to open up the early voting sites.
And Madam Chair, Madam Recorder, could you comment on the fact that we just stopped, or your department stopped charging fees, and now you're requesting monies from the general fund to pay for a whole new location and facility?
Yes, Supervisor Christie, Chair Grijalva, board. We stopped charging fees on the recording side of the house. So of course that is a separate budget item. And that was because the people have a right to have access to those public records. Those should not have been charged for. They should not be charged for. We act as a repository for public documents. Those documents belong to the public. And so for us to have them online and available to the public is in the best interest of our county. And unfortunately, there was no legal reason. We had worked this out. We had talked with this through legal about what we could and couldn't charge for, and this was something that it doesn't belong to us.
And Madam Chair, Madam Recorder, you've indicated that you have no plans to move from downtown as a result of this move?
Correct. So our Supervisor Christie, our office has 3 locations. So our downtown office, which is open year round. We have a shared lobby for voter registration services and recording services. It's highly used. It's a beautiful space. We are also outgrowing that area, but that is a discussion for another time. We have a micro office on the east side, which I believe was your former early voting site location. So we have that. It fits 5 people, and we have that as a much more accessible location. When you come to our downtown location, people have to pay for parking. It's far from handicap parking. It is a bit of a burden for many, so people will drive further to go out to the east side. And then we have our ballot processing facility, which is open. I don't want to say only during an election cycle, because we do quite a bit throughout the year. We provide a lot of trainings. There's many computers in the facility. We're able to do data entry, so large quantities of data entry, more so than at our downtown facility. And then again, with the testing equipment and staging and preparation for each election. And since I've been in office in these past 4 years, we haven't had a year where we don't have an election. We're already looking at the City of Tucson election cycle coming up, where we provide signature verification services there. And then also for Prop 123, maybe a statewide election, which wouldn't require us to provide early voting opportunities for the county. So it's constantly being used, and we would need all 3 of those spaces.
And Madam Chair, Madam Recorder, which facility did this board just approve? What was it? $50,000 in upgrades and security?
I'm sorry. The grant acceptance. What facility did, I think it was the concrete sort of rounds and some window, right? Does that sound familiar?
That was in recorder elections, recorder? So now we're moving out of that upgraded facility into another facility altogether.
Supervisor Christie, Chair, Board. Without the upgrades that we had just completed, we would not have been able to be successful in the 2024 election cycle.
And
the amount of space that we have been working with, and the noise level, the flow of the space, all of that was taken into consideration. And we have done some upgrades there. We have also done some upgrades in our downtown facility. We do plan another upgrade to house more folks in our facility. It's ongoing, and we're struggling. We really are struggling with space. That is a major concern. And the higher demand that our office is seeing, we expect that to continue. I have been ringing the bell to try to alert the county about how dire the needs of the elections space is, and how it continues to grow. And also, as we're looking at other facilities throughout the state, Pinal just cut the ribbon on a large facility that's specifically designed and dedicated to election services. That is the type of facility that is needed here in Pima County. We have 14% of all voters in the state.
And Madam Chair, just as an observation and then a point here I'd like to make is these vote centers that were implemented were designed to cut costs. And it seems every time we turn around, after the vote centers have been enacted, we're spending more and more and more money. So it rather seems ironic to me that something that was supposed to be a cost savings is now being more and more costly. And I want to ask Madam Chair if I could direct the question to the county administrator. Has there been an inventory done of Pima County-owned buildings that could be utilized instead of having to lease a $1.2 million facility with all the tenant improvements and all the inclusive costs encumbered with that? We have so many buildings. That Toole Avenue, and the Madam Recorder stated that she's looking for storage space. I'm certain there's got to be, with all of our properties, something that could be applicable and not cost near as much. The more locations you have, the higher and more frequent your expenses are.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we have looked at a variety of, we look at all the county spaces, see what we can use them for. What is critical to this specific property, and our reason for hoping to lease it, is proximity to the elections building. And this would then become, if you will, the third location that the recorder would have, and just simply moving that different location. So when we look at other facilities, we do not have a space out there adjacent to elections that could accommodate this need. We might be able to look at other facilities should there be storage requirements, but that is different than what we're looking at in terms of operating the recorder's office out of this location.
And I wanted to give our county recorder an opportunity to follow up, because if memory serves from the vote centers, it wasn't so much about cutting the cost as it was about being accessible to voters and making it so that anyone could go to any location as opposed to individual polling places. But I do think that one of they're labor intensive, and so reducing the number of polling places actually, I think, made it easier for us to be able to fill the need of the different the people and the different parties that have to be in every location. But I just wanted to give you an opportunity to sort of touch on that piece and then see if anyone else has questions.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my office is also not responsible for vote centers. We are responsible for the electronic poll books, which enable vote centers to function. However, we ourselves are not setting up those vote centers. So that is an important distinction that I hope everybody is understanding. My responsibility are the vote center for the early voting locations. So in the past we had 15. We were able to have 18 of those locations. One of the largest issues with precinct-based voting locations was the high number of provisional ballots that were issued in each cycle. In the 2020 election cycle, there were 18,000 provisional ballots that were issued to Pima County voters. And due to a Supreme Court decision, they had to be wholly discarded if voted out of precinct. So somebody showing up to literally the wrong location, maybe the library instead of the church, would invalidate that person's vote. So by moving to vote centers in 2022, that number went from 18,000 to 2,500. And in this past election cycle, it went to 6,500, which is a drastic reduction in the number of people who encountered a problem at the polling location, which enabled more people to participate and counted more ballots for voters in Pima County. In addition to that, when we're talking about about the importance of investment in our election infrastructure, I think we can all agree that it is paramount that we continue to invest in people's most fundamental of rights as Americans.
Well, Madam Chair
Supervisor Christie.
and Madam Recorder, I do recall that it was a joint presentation by the Elections Director and Madam Recorder on the cost-saving element of vote centers. So that did play into the scheme, and I think we'll make that a future agenda item to discuss that, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
That's fine. Any other questions? Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, and appreciate the recorder being here. I serve on just an observation, I serve on the executive board of the County Supervisors Association, and our current president is Supervisor Miller from Pinal County, and he recently opined that because Pinal County still uses precinct-based voting, one of the challenges that they find is having enough people to staff all of their precincts, and I think they're one of three counties that still has precinct-based voting. Is that correct? It's either 3 or 2.
Supervisor Scott, Chair Grijalva, I believe that they are the only ones that are precinct-based only, and the others are hybrids, and so they offer a mix combination of precinct-based with the additional opportunity to also provide votes on demand, ballots on demand.
Thank you for that. Question, in your colloquy with the chair, you mentioned that you're unlikely or not sure yet if you're going to give up the current space. It seems to me like we're not going to do that because the word additional is used both under program goals and predicted outcomes and also under public benefits. So is it most likely that what we're talking about is additional space and that you will retain the current space, not only because of the use of the word additional, but because of some of the things that you've touched on during this dialogue?
We're trying to, thank you for that question. It's incredibly complex because we have never operated at the function that we need for what we're doing at this time period. We had 400,000 ballots come through our possession, and we really don't know. The space that we are using, it has been pieced together. We're using the best we can. It hasn't been designed for optimization. And really, once we are able to get in there and are able to design the space and address some of the needs that we have been sorely in need of, there's a possibility that we are going to give up that space, but I cannot guarantee it. One of the things that we have really struggled with is training space and making sure that we have, even throughout, because we're hiring people for such long periods of time, sometimes as much as 7 days, to work in an early voting site, sometimes 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that we're working for early voting sites, 4 weeks, or the entire time of signature verification or data entry. And one of the things that we keep running into is that we're struggling to secure space. In addition to the elections department, the elections department is also running out of space, and we're right on top of each other. And so I know it would be beneficial for them, but I just can't guarantee this at the time.
And I appreciate what you just said because it prompts me to ask a question of the county administrator. Would we see this lease as being beneficial not just to the recorder, but based on what the recorder just said, potentially advantageous to elections?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, yes.
All right, thank you. And then just if you could for me, please, Recorder Kosovich-Kelly, flesh out a little bit more what you mean under the metrics section where it says faster, more efficient processing of ballots and other county recorder related activities, improved security. What specifically would we be looking at with regard to faster, more efficient processing and other activities? I think the security is obvious based on proximity, but I'd like to know more about what's entailed in that first sentence.
Supervisor Scott, Chair Grijalva, Board, we're limited on the number of workstations that we can set up in that location. We literally are tapped out of the number of computers that we can set up, which are needed for signature verification. In order for us to move any further, or in this cycle, for instance, we ran 2 separate cycles. We had a morning shift and an afternoon shift that went into the evening. So we had people there from 6 a.m. to almost 10 p.m. Every single day. And there were times where every single seat was filled and we couldn't do any more than what was being done within that time period because we literally didn't have enough workstations. We didn't have enough space to prepare turnovers. We contemplated at one point whether or not we could use our storage room or our break room. And we determined that that was breaking that it was not going to be secure. Our ballots would not be secure in either of those spaces. It's not open and monitored in the way that our larger areas are. So we couldn't guarantee that. Therefore, we couldn't just increase the number of people within that space. The other thing that we're concerned about, the Secretary of State's office came and did an assessment of our space, and one of the things that they pointed out was that at the end of each night, we are covering the ballots in tarps, physically putting blue tarps over ballots. In case of fire, in case the sprinkler system goes off, we don't have a waterless fire suppressant. And also we're running out of space to put all of the ballots that we're receiving all at once into having them in a secure space and then having them in and out of the facility. We literally just need more space so that we can have more computers, we can have more people, and we can ensure that everything has the cameras that are needed, the swipe key access for ballot rooms that's needed, and then we're able to make it so that people aren't crossing literally right in front of each other when doing separate functions that require security. For example, we were setting up early voting sites and staging equipment, and at the last minute what you have to do is you pack up all of the ballot stock, which has to be secured, and we do that with bipartisan teams. And then once they leave the ballot room, they're constantly being watched by 2 people. In order for us to even leave the facility, that's something that we were struggling with because they were in the middle of a turnover, and we also had more ballots coming in from the postal run. So we, in order to do one function, had to stop 2 others. And those are the kinds of things that we're running into every single day during a high volume election.
And then just to ask one final question with regard to the faster, more efficient processing of ballots that's mentioned in the metric section. The statutory deadline for turning over the ballots to elections for tabulation was the 15th. I know we met that deadline. Do you anticipate that perhaps we could do better than that deadline with this additional space?
Absolutely. I think the number of workstations that we would be able to have, we would be able to drastically cut down on the number of the bulk that we're sending over to the elections. We're always going to have, for this election cycle was 5 calendar days after the election where we had to continue to hold on to unresolved ballots. So we are still going to have those statutory requirements, but for all other ballots that have been signature verified, we would be able to turn those over much quicker to the elections department if we had more people, more space, and more computers. And in addition, ballot processors. The other thing that we plan to do, which is not quite part of this this conversation, but is also changing the envelope format. Currently, we're using 2 envelopes. We're going to be using one that is combined a ballot affidavit and return envelope. That we also hope to see an increase. We definitely know we will see an increase because we in this last election cycle, we removed all of the yellow envelopes as people dropped them off, and that those ballots that were processed in that way went through much faster. So.
That was the last question I had for the recorder, but just wanted to ask Ms. Lesher, anything specific to elections and the benefit to elections that perhaps wasn't touched on during the dialogue with the recorder?
No. Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I think everything has been addressed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, one quick question I forgot to ask.
Supervisor Christie.
This is to Mr. Holmes. We talked about the lease cost. We talked about all the inclusive costs of the expenses related. Do you have a cost for the tenant improvements?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, no, until we get there, I just verified too, one of the reasons we negotiated in this lease is we believe we can actually do the tenant improvements cheaper on our end than we would had we let the tenant do those improvements. So I can get an estimate once we get in there.
Cheaper than what?
Than whether if the actual leaser was to do those tenant improvements, yeah.
Okay, so we have, I'll go ahead and move approval.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Now the other item that our county recorder requested be sort of done together is on the addendum. Item number 2, this is a request for an independent investigation brought forward by Supervisor Christie. Do you want to speak to this, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Recorder, there were numerous media articles regarding this one states that I'm requesting an investigation into an early ballot request blunder. There was another one by Mr. Steller of the Star. There was another one by the Sentinel. Have you had a chance to review all of these?
Do you want to speak publicly about what it is that you're requesting an investigation?
Yep.
No, like summarize. What is the question?
As soon as I get the answers I'm looking for, I'd be glad to. Thank you. Have you had a chance to review all these?
Supervisor Christie, I have not.
Okay. Just to synopsize what the reason for me bringing this to the board, in addition to the fact that it was in the media, and just to give a chain of advance of how this whole issue arose. The portal that we're referring to here accepted requests for ballots. Then the recorder shut the portal down unannounced. Then the voter received an email from the recorder to call the office to request a ballot, even though voters completed the process. That canceled what voters had completed online and then directed them to call the office. The elections manual, the EPM, states specifically that a voter can request a ballot by mail orally or in writing, or including in person, or online, or by telephone, or by email, or by fax, or by mail. That's on page 56 of the EMP. There are penalties for non-compliance. One is ARS 16-1009. A public officer upon whom a duty is imposed by this title who knowingly fails or refuses to perform that duty in the manner prescribed by the law is guilty of a Class 3 misdemeanor. There's a second revised statute, 161010. A person charged with performance of any duty under any law relating to elections who knowingly refuses to perform such duty, or who is in his or her official capacity knowingly acts in violation of any provision of such law, is guilty of a Class 6 felony. The news media stipulates that Ms. Chibon, and I believe is she still your deputy?
Yeah.
In one of the medias, she states that the law requiring ballots to be set within 48 hours of request was a consideration. Obviously, she says. And we weren't going to fulfill those requests in that time. So we chose the more effective option. It went on to say that state law does not provide for county officials to discard requests for vote by mail ballots. So there was an obvious knowledge of those two statutes that I just referred to. Your deputy states that she considered them, so that it is explicit in pointing out that she had knowledge of those statutes, and that for whatever reason, she wasn't able to fulfill those requests, so she chose another option, which went against both of those statutes. Secondly, the adding 2 steps to a process, which once you decided to cut down the portal and then emailed the voters to contact the office to request a ballot, it's a two steps to a process that was supposed to be 1 step, the article goes on to say. 1 step for the voters was a dangerous thing. The first step, noticing an email, is not to be assumed since we get all so much junk email and not everyone checks their email regularly. The second step, phoning the recorder's office, is also, it also took initiative. In other words, what was supposed to be a 1-step process now turned into as many as multiple steps. So with these items, I can sense that my colleagues are going to use the excuse, or I should say the assertion, that there's really nothing to see here. There's no nefarious activity. There's no criminal intent. This is a nothing burger, and let's just sweep it under the rug and not address it. And I would advise respectfully my colleagues that if that's the position they wish to take by dismissing this whole incident, by saying that it was simply a clerical error or a clerical decision, I think is a very dangerous thing, because then the majority on this board will suffer the taint of protecting politically an elected official who happens to be of the same party. Now, this even becomes more important because of what this board has done in regards to the sheriff's activities. And if we look at the severity of several very tight, close, important, high-level elections, the sheriff, the one in LD 17, the one in CD 6, the numbers of voters that potentially could have been disenfranchised and suppressed here, which we do not know at this point, could very well have affected those votes and affected those elections. So I am asking and I am requesting that this board approve an independent investigation whose duty it is to determine the degree of either malfeasance or incompetence or nefarious activity. It's not up to this board to have the gradations or the judgment to make those decisions. It's up to an independent investigator. So that's why I'm asking for this investigation. And it should not be dismissed as simply something that has no real issue or no real effect or no real meaning. The other very troubling issue is in this in these reports.
Supervisor Christie.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva, is there a motion for further discussion? I feel like the item has now been clarified, what the item is asking for, but for further discussion, is there a motion?
It's on the same topic. What do I need another motion for?
No, we're continuing to discuss and I do think that we need to really look at that because I feel like we have motions to discuss.
Well,
let
me just conclude by pointing one last troubling issue that is stated in the Tucson Sentinel. The recorder's office didn't inform the press about the issue because they didn't think it was a story. That was quoted from the deputy recorder. That's why we need an independent investigation.
Thank you. I do want to give our county recorder an opportunity to respond, considering what Mr. Brown brought forward. I'll go ahead and move the item for discussion.
I'll second.
So, all right, we have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. All right, please. Thank you. And thank you for being here, by the way. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And it is a very busy day.
Yes.
Supervisor Christie, Chair Grijalva, Board, this was a culmination of a lot of different situations. Number one, through no fault of our own, conditions that we could not control, there were some changes that were made to data that was utilized by the Elections Department in order to design ballots. That was a change was made within the county. The recorder's office and the Elections Department were not notified until a much later date. That was a much larger issue. What happened as a result of it is our printer was then delayed in being able to send out the ballots on time. And because the ballots were coming 90,000 at a time as opposed to 400,000 at a time being delivered to Pima County, we saw many people panic. And many people who were on the active early voting list who already had a ballot on their way then flooded our online portal. The online portal, it's really important to know that this is something that I inherited. It had never reached the capacity that it had during this election cycle. And so the way that these used to be processed, it was very, very manual. A voter would submit their information via our online portal. That document would then get printed and put into a little basket. And then our voter staff would come and they would take a little handful at a time, and then they would manually enter that ballot request for that individual voter throughout the entirety of the election cycle. The portal is not tied to our voter database. And so if there is somebody who is already receiving a ballot through the active early voting list, it wouldn't show up. It wouldn't alert the voter that they already had a ballot on the way. If that voter had an inactive account, meaning they had a bad address that needed to be updated, and we didn't have that in our system, we wouldn't have been able to send them that information. Or if through user error, that voter maybe put in their wrong birth date or put in the wrong address, anything like that. Even we had, I believe, 663 of those voters put in either an error through their name or their birth date or something that made it difficult for us to find that voter. Because of those types of situations, we would then have to well, first, once they submit that request to us, they automatically receive an email receipt that says, "We have received your request. You will receive another email once it has been processed." So that person knew to look for an additional correspondence from our office. We were recognizing that the majority of the voters that were submitting these requests were submitting duplicate requests. So of the 60% of the voters who had a pending request, they were ones that were already being fulfilled. And so because this is a manual system, again, which I inherited and I've now has gotten our attention, is in the process of being redesigned even as we speak, so that this won't happen again. The majority of those voters were taking up time from my staff to serve the voters who actually needed those ballots. And so recognizing the surge that we were having, we decided to close that portal.
And who made that decision?
Excuse me.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead and finish your comment and then we'll have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We made the decision to close the portal so that no additional requests were coming through. That is not mandated that we have a portal. It is a convenience to the voters that we do. We want to have that. It makes sense for us to have that. But we are not infringing on one's constitutional rights by not having an online request form available. And so we closed that because we were running into concerns about the timeliness of being able to respond to these requests. So we asked voters to call our office, and which we did. We actually just put out a media release this morning. We wish that we could have done it during that time period. It's a very busy time, and we were trying to be most responsive to the voters and the voters that were impacted and not create public panic. That is also something that we have seen. We have seen people take situations out of context and flood our phone lines, creating a longer wait for phone lines, and those sorts of things. The day after we submitted that email request, the next Monday morning, we were flooded with phone calls, but the average wait time was around 4 minutes. The week prior, it was 3 minutes. And so we had every single staff member that was available, who's trained on the phone, available to provide the voter with information that they needed so that they would actually receive that ballot. One of the huge driving concerns that we had was many of the voters that were putting in additional requests didn't have sufficient information for us to send them a ballot. We were concerned that they would assume that they had done everything that they needed and that they were fine, when in fact they needed to submit an address update, or they needed to contact us to take themselves off inactivation, which requires follow-up and back and forth. And so the majority of the voters that called us were very appreciative of this communication. They were able to resolve their issues. And of those voters, I believe 39% of those voters were able to address those issues, with the other 60% or 61% being voters who had already received their ballots. And so those were not needed. Of course, we don't know the full impact, but many of the voters that we spoke to made either alternative plans of maybe I'm going to show up to vote early in person, and I'll take care of my paperwork there. We saw a really large number, a huge increase in the number of site-issued early voting. In a normal cycle, in just any general cycle, we see typically at most 10,000 people using the early voting site in-person options. In 2020, during the pandemic, we saw 29,000, and we thought that that was extremely high, and that's what we planned for. In this cycle, we saw 45,000 people come through our early voting sites, which is phenomenal. It's an incredible amount of people coming through and voting in person early, the majority of them having to resolve situations having to do with their address updates or anything having to do with their registration. They were able to complete that there on site with my trained staff and immediately receive their ballot.
Okay, and you had a question, Supervisor Christie?
I have 4 emails from constituents and from citizens who are attesting they never received a ballot. Who made the decision to close the portal?
Supervisor Christie, Chair Grajova, Board. The decision to close this was made by my chief deputy. However, I stand firmly behind her that this was our only option to best serve the voters. Those 4 that may have emailed you, there is a variety of reasons why someone may not have received their ballot. Sometimes it has to do with people being misinformed about their registration. The City of Tucson election confuses a lot of people. Sometimes people expect to automatically receive their ballot, and then they find out that, oh, they're not signed up for active early voting list. Sometimes there are address issues. Sometimes people make changes with the post office that does not automatically update a voter registration. That is a separate requirement. Sometimes somebody having too full of a mailbox or having a forwarding address on a postal box is something that could create an issue for that voter and will result in a returned ballot to our office. And so we do send notifications out through the mail to that voter to inform them of that situation. However, it is a condensed time period. And so those 4 individual voters should contact our office to investigate why they didn't receive one. If there's even a situation with the post office, we have the ability to track that ballot and track it all the way up to the delivery driver. So if we had a situation with people in our apartment complex who weren't receiving their ballots, we would be able to address those issues and follow up and investigate those. So it is not a clear situation of 4 people didn't get their ballots. It is a very individual process that requires specific attention to the details of those voters.
And Madam Chair, finally,
Supervisor Christie.
I hear from the recorder words to the effect of beyond our control or unexpected, which I think denotes the fact that we need an investigation more now than ever. And it's our fiduciary obligation as a board to ask for such an investigation in order to clarify and at least clear the air, hopefully, about this issue, because if there isn't a clear-cut, unbiased investigation, this cloud will hang over the recorder's office and our voting system indefinitely.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second to discuss. Did you have another motion?
I do.
And so you wanted to move as it was posted on the agenda for this item?
I would move the item that as the agenda states.
Okay, so that's a motion. Do you have a second?
I'll second it just because I've had no opportunity to ask some of the many
Oh, I'm so
questions that
sorry.
I have.
Okay, I'm sorry. So let me go ahead and wait then. Do you have questions?
Yeah, I think
just want
Supervisor
to.
Hines does.
I know. I just want to note. I apologize. I didn't notice you put your hands up, but that this item was scheduled time certain at 11. We still have a full agenda and it's 12:10. But go ahead, Supervisor Hines, and then Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, Recorder. So for these pending requests, the 60% of which it sounds like were duplicated, they were already like on the early active voter list and maybe didn't remember or whatnot. But so for the 40% of these pending requests that didn't have their ballot request fulfilled, it sounds like, but did receive an email to that effect, it sounds like that's a known quantity. What is that number? Like how many people are affected?
The known, well, we sent, hold on, I do have that information. I believe Supervisor Hines, Chair Grijalva, board, that we originally emailed 3,900 voters. And then of those, we fielded about 3,500 phone calls and processed 1,858 vote by mail ballot requests via phone on just the Monday alone. And between that day and Friday, October 25th, the office fielded 8,643 phone calls, which resulted in 4,919 requests for early ballots processed by your staff over the phone. As far as the number, I mean, we emailed these voters the first time 3,900, and then we were able to pull data from that initial mailing, and then we, I believe we sent out an additional email to 1,100 voters, and then from that, we further had an additional 663 that we sent a third email address. We sent a third email to, and then we actually also looked up the information for those 663 voters, and were able to contact and talk over the phone to 63 of them, who had enough information that we could find them. Again, many of the people that are putting in these requests are putting in errors. It's not tied to our database. And so it's not entirely accurate.
Okay, I guess I'm just trying to make sure that however they requested a ballot or if they showed up, because we can track folks, right? I just want to make sure that these folks were able to find some way to actually cast a ballot. Have we determined that?
Yes, and we also, although we did direct voters to call our office, we were also corresponding with them via email, and we're still able to fulfill many requests if people were, from far away and they said, well, I can't call during your office hours, and they responded to our email, we would be able to ensure the information, confirm that the information that we needed to send them the appropriate ballot was in our system, and then help that voter vote in that way. So we feel really confident that we were able to communicate with all of these voters, again, letting them know that a situation was delaying the processing of their ballot. We tried multiple times, and these are people that are efficient enough to have navigated to our website, submitted an online form, and who were instructed to check their email. So that was already a part of the process, and so the communication there, I think that it would be more concerning if it were people who were somehow not able to request that information. But because these are higher level users, people who are familiar with online systems and email confirmations and that type of practice, I think we were able to reach the majority of the voters.
Okay, so just to be clear, for the 3,900 folks that got an email because they, again, were not processed or whatever, like, has somebody on your team, I know this is like very like work intensive and onerous, but has someone checked to make sure that they were able to actually file a ballot or like vote in the 2024 election?
We have whittled down our list by being able to pull matching data through other reports, and we do know that a large number has been served. I don't know the final numbers. We are in the middle of canvassing our election results. That's what we're trying to do today. We're trying to finalize all of our numbers and audit those numbers so that we can turn those over to the elections department. That is something that we could do, and we are concerned with that. We do want to make sure that we understand the impact. Again, at the time that this was all happening, we wanted to make sure that the voters knew the best course of action for those individual voters to take in order for them to get the ballot that they needed. And that is why, that's why the focus was on the voter and rather than the media in that regard.
Sure. And just my last request, once you get all your data and everything, I know it's obviously a very busy time right now for your office, but I know I would love, I'm pretty sure, hopefully my colleagues would also just want to see, once we confirm how many of those 3,900 voters actually were able to cast a ballot of some kind, however, whatever, in person, early, or just walked into the polling place on the election day or whatever. I think that would be really helpful for us.
Okay, Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And just to go back to the beginning of the conversation, I don't think there is any desire on the part of anybody on the board, based on the questions you just heard from Supervisor Hines, the earlier questions you heard from Supervisor Christie, the questions you're about to hear from me, to use Supervisor Christie's verbiage, to say nothing to say here, or to sweep things under the rug, or to take partisan considerations into concern. What we have to determine ultimately is, do we agree with the item which says that there are enough concerns that we are calling for an independent investigation by either the Attorney General or a non-conflicted county attorney because of actions taken that are, to use the language of the item, in apparent violation of Arizona revised statute. So we can certainly have questions and concerns and ask that they be addressed not only here, but for the record in the after action report that I know that we'll be getting from your office and also from the elections division, without necessarily agreeing that there needs to be a criminal investigation. But you've said a couple of times that the portal is not tied to the voter database. Can I assume, or correct me if I'm assuming wrongly, that some of the changes that you're looking at would tie the portal to the voter database in the future?
Supervisor Scott, Chair Grijalva, Board, we absolutely, this was really brought to our attention during this election cycle because of the number of duplicates, because of the high volume that we were seeing. And we hadn't seen, I've been in office now for 4 years. We had not seen those in any other election cycles that we were running into this type of situation. It was because of, number one, this being a presidential election where just more people than usual are voting, and more often it's people who maybe vote only in a presidential election year, people who are not familiar with checking their voter registration or the impact of having a forwarding address on their record through the post office and people like that. And so we saw the increased volume because of the presidential election, and then the increased volume because of the delay in ballots, which again was beyond our control, and not nefarious in any way. But this did highlight for me and my staff how labor intensive it has been and how difficult it is to communicate with the voter after the fact. And so because of that, we are working to make this a much easier process. If the voter, they would have to log in through credentials, be able to see whether or not they were already expecting a ballot, or if they need to request one, the address at which they need to request one, if they're listed as inactive, and the steps to take so that they are able to remove themselves from the inactive list. All of those things are considerations that we're now taking as we redesign this portal to make it much more user-friendly and easier for not only the voter, but also for our staff to be able to fulfill that request.
And I think you mentioned earlier, and again, correct me if I don't have this statistic correctly, that right around 61% of the requests that were coming into the portal were people who were on the automatic early voter list, but they hadn't gotten a ballot yet, and they were concerned, and so they filled out a second request. Is that the correct statistic?
I would say so. And then of the 20,465 requests our office processed before removing the online form, 12,645 were not sent because the voter already voted. The voter already had a request because they were on the active early voting list. The voter was not registered. The voter gave insufficient information to fulfill the request. It was a duplicate request, or the voter's record required an address update. So, in addition to those issues, that is something that has also been highlighted. Just the fact that it wasn't tied to our voter database makes it so that people are putting in these requests thinking, oh, I've done my part, I've done everything I need, only to find out, oh, actually you're inactive, or you're not registered, or whatever the situation is.
You mentioned earlier that there's no statutory or constitutional requirement to have a portal, but there is a statutory requirement that an early ballot request be fulfilled within 48 hours. And that was the basis for the decision made to close the portal. It sounds like you felt like you and your team felt like you had solid ground to make that decision. Did you, by any chance, consult either the Secretary of State's office or the county attorney's office before the decision was made?
We made the decision over the weekend as we were working to try to fill those requirements, and recognizing even on a weekend with lower call volume or any communication, I believe we still did have our problem ballot line open and our general line. So we were still getting phone calls from voters, and it was lower volume at that point, phone calls, but increase on the online. And there was just the number of people that we had working on those online requests was far exceeding the number that we were continuing to see on our online portal, and growing by the day because of the delay. And so we actually made the decision over the weekend, and then immediately communicated with the Secretary of State's office and also with our legal team to just inform them of the situation and where we were. We've been reassured that we are not disenfranchising voters. We're not disenfranchising voters by closing that portal because voters still had an opportunity to request a ballot, either by calling our phone, by fax, by all of the different ways that they have already done so, or by showing up in person and requesting it at an early voting site or on election day.
And when you say your legal team, is that the county attorneys?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I would just ask that everything that we've talked about today, everything that your office is considering, everything that the elections division is considering be addressed in robust detail in the after action reports. Thank you, Chair Grahal.
Supervisor Lee. Sorry. No, I'm just cognizant of the fact that we've really addressed a handful of issues and it's 12:25.
Anyway, thank you for being here. I do have a question, something that caught my ear, because as I'm walking around my block, I get my neighbor coming out. I haven't gotten my ballot yet, and I'm an early voter, and I should have gotten it. You said something at the beginning. It had to do with printing. 90,000 were printed versus 400,000. I want to understand that, because it seems that was the crux of it. Because in reality, if everybody had gotten their ballots within 1 or 2 days, which happened previously, then I don't think a lot of this would have happened, and your portal wouldn't have been like inundated and all of this. So what happened there?
So Supervisor Lee, Chair Grijalva, Board, this was, again, one of those situations that was very much well outside of our control, either my office, the recorder's office, the elections department. An error regarding school districts was identified by the treasurer. The treasurer then connected with the assessor's office and GIS, and changes were made to district boundaries.
What's GIS?
Pardon me?
What's GIS? Just so we use acronyms. We love them.
I'm sorry. For the county geographic
information system. Thank you.
So for the county's GIS department, they recognized they had to confirm that this error it was a 20-year-old error that was identified needed to be corrected, and not knowing the connection between the GIS mapping and the elections department's use of the data, they made those changes without communicating those changes to either the elections department or to the recorder's office. We were completely unaware. The last day for us to submit what we call our first list to our printers in Phoenix. I believe I want to say it was September 22nd and
26th.
20. Thank you. The 26th. And our list was due at 6 p.m. and I got a phone call at 5 p.m. from the treasurer to alert us of these changes. That put an immediate hold on all of the data that we were trying to send to the printers at that time. I then immediately communicated this concern to the elections department to ask whether or not there was going to be any impact to them. They did find that there was a small group who needed to I'm not 100% sure. You're going to have to talk with the elections department. It has to do with ballot styles, which inherently is a ballot design issue, which my office does not control. That is completely housed within the elections department, and they are responsible for that. However, without finalizing the ballot styles, the printer could not send to the voters. And because they couldn't send to the voters, that impacts my office, which is early voting, and my office is responsible for sending out those ballots. And so we were in a situation where we either send out the wrong ballots and then have to correct that in some way, or those ballots were delayed. And so the elections department was able to finalize whatever they needed to. And again, you're going to have to check with the elections department, because my office isn't responsible for ballot design. But there was some changes that were made at the very last minute based on these other changes that other county departments had made. We have since resolved all of those situations. We have come together and had multiple conversations about what to do going forward if something like that is identified, especially so close to an election. And simply people didn't know about this connection between our offices and the reliance of that data or changes that are made within that time frame. I think there's been just a lot of turnover within the county. So now we have a set procedure in place where we're getting the data from, who's responsible for it, and how it's distributed throughout the rest of the county. And so that because the vendor, they actually did such a wonderful job after having that pause, that the county, it was really based on the ballot design. After we got the green light to move forward, that meant that it was now interfering with their other deadlines. They supply ballots for the rest of the country. So they were also in the middle of a high volume time. And so they were assembling our ballot packets. They had done pre-assembly, and really the last final thing was that final ballot, and that needed to go in. And so that was the delay, was the ballot assembly, and they were then distributing those ballots as quickly as possible. We're super grateful to Runbeck for their time. They went above and beyond to get as many ballots out for us as possible. They worked day and night. They were running multiple shifts. They really did a tremendous lift for us to try to get those ballots out within that time period. We're also really appreciative of the U.S. Postal Service, the ballots get trucked from Phoenix all the way here to Cherry Bell in Tucson, and then they get distributed here in Tucson. And so our postal, our workers, our letter carriers were phenomenal in trying to prioritize the distribution of those ballots to get them as fast as possible. However, it's important to know we were getting angry phone calls about where people's ballots were back in August. So in August and September, people were saying, why don't I have my ballot? So the amount of stress and anxiety that people were having, the public was having, was already unreal. And so then if you have a 1-day delay or 2-day delay, it just made everyone so concerned. And then it was also Indigenous Peoples Day holiday that Monday when the post office was closed, which added an additional day to when many people were getting their ballots. And so people were incredibly impatient and angry and upset. And then, of course, went to our website and flooded our website by putting in multiple requests.
If I may just say thank you. And I would like to say, Jan, when I probably won't be here when this after action report comes in, but it seems to me that it's more than just these silos. It involves other entities. And I really hope that when this report comes back, we actually have a best practice that we really follow as a whole. So this doesn't happen again, because obviously, unfortunate circumstances caused these domino effects. So thank you.
And I think it's important to note that, a lot of, I've read some stuff online, a lot of the news stories really focuses on the role of the recorder. And there's so many other departments that fit into all of it. And so I want to thank you for being here and taking an hour and a half of your time on a very busy day to come down here. We appreciate that you didn't have to. We did have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott to move forward with this investigation as it's printed. So I'll ask for a roll call vote, please. As it's printed on the agenda.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
No.
Supervisor Lee?
No.
Supervisor Scott?
No.
Chair Grijalva?
No. Item fails 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting in favor. Okay, thank you. So now we're just going to go through the agenda, right? We don't have any other outstanding items, or do we? Oh, I'm sorry. We do have item number 13. Thank you. We have Claire Zucker. Item number 13 is a Pima County Cooperative Extension Annual Report, a presentation. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much for having me. I have to say, I come to these meetings about twice a year, and I always find them fascinating. They're probably a lot less fascinating for you since you're here all the time, but for me, it's really interesting to see the work you do, the good work that you do. My name's Claire Zucker. I am the director of Pima County Cooperative Extension, and I'm here to talk about our annual report this year. I'm going to move very quickly through it due to time constraints. And if I could have the next slide, I'll just be asking for that throughout the presentation. Cooperative Extension is a unit in our unit. Pima County Cooperative Extension is a unit at the University of Arizona's Cooperative Extension, and it's a nationally authorized institution implemented through land-grant universities, which University of Arizona is. And our goal is to bring agriculture and all kinds of other education to the people of the counties in which we serve. We have funding that's federal, that's state, and county funding, as well as philanthropic and grant funding. Next, please. We have 4 offices in Pima County. We have one at River in Campbell. That is our main office, and that is actually a building that is owned and operated by the county itself. And we really appreciate that county. It was a bond effort in the 70s and 80s to build that building for our purposes. Then we have the Tucson Village Farm located adjacent to our main building, our main offices, and that is a University of Arizona owned and operated building. Then we have 2 buildings that we rent from you. One is the Garden Kitchen in South Tucson, and another one is in Green Valley. So you provide to us these various offices, but then also every year we come to you and you have been providing an appropriations in your budget, which will come through the process in June of this year. Next, please. We report to you in several different ways, both to you and the public. Pima County Cooperative Extension's annual report, which you have all received over the years, and I have a bunch if you happen to have misplaced yours or would like another copy. Then we have our roundup, which is our e-newsletter, which has a distribution to 17,000 people almost in Pima County, which is pretty impressive. It's a very high open rate. And then we also do quarterly reports to the county Conservation and Land Resources Department to talk about how the impacts of our programs. Next, please. I'm going to quickly step through some of these programs, but I want to start with our overall reach, which is 55,000 engagements in the county just last year, with over 130,000 hours of education. And how do we possibly do that? We have 40 staff, we have student workers, AmeriCorps. The way we do that is with a huge volunteer squad of 1,200 different volunteers in our programs. We engage with those volunteers to make sure they have the information to reach out to the public and to educate the whole region. So it's quite a volunteer shop at Pima Extension. I'm going to step through these next items pretty quickly. Next, please. Agriculture and natural resources is one of our main pillars of our organization, and we focus on horticulture in Pima County with the Master Gardener program. The Master Gardener program has about 250 volunteers, and 23,000 people are engaged with this program every year. What we do is our volunteers and our staff reach out to the public. The public comes to us, asks us all kinds of questions about horticulture, everything from what's this grass in my yard, how do I landscape, how do I deal with this orange tree issue. So we help them green their space, create cooling around their houses, provide mental health support through the greenery at their locations. Next, please. We also have an invasive species program that is funded through the appropriations. And the big highlight in that is we are actually moving into coordination on StinkNet with other partners, including Pima County Conservation Land and Resources. So that's been a very successful. Next, please. We have a Smartscape program, which is entirely funded by the City of Tucson. This is a landscaping professionals training program where we teach landscaping professionals how to incorporate low water use techniques in their landscapes, how to have common knowledge about what that is, and all kinds of training. But one of the big highlights is a boot camp that we do for the City of Tucson employees, everything from transportation to their parks group. Anybody who's interfacing with the land at the City of Tucson comes through a Smartscape program class so that they have a common language and they have a common system of addressing landscaping issues. Next, please. We have a number of different health programs. This one is about the garden kitchen, which I think you've had presentations on before. And this is located in South Tucson, a very critical place. It's a safe haven for a lot of people, and teaching nutrition and gardening and how do they help themselves activity. Next, please. Many collaborations, but we have this bright shining star right now, which is this mobile van. We call it the Plaza Market. Anyway, it goes around and brings local produce that is locally grown to the public, to underserved communities, where they are able to use their SNAP dollars and other support dollars to buy fresh vegetables. Next, please. We also have parenting classes. So this first bit is about the FNET program, which is a low-income nutrition education program. We go out to various communities and we provide long-term classes to help them really understand their issues and how to get better with nutrition and health. Next, please. The family engagement program teaches about parenting, and we work with our incarcerated populations as well as in the three family resource centers that are new to our area. Really great way to meet people and get to their community. Next, please. We have the Pima County 4-H program, and here are the various locations in our region, 700 youth, many hours of education, and a very dedicated cadre of volunteers that we depend on. Next, please. Finally, the Tucson Village Farm Program, which helps to bring education to all sorts of people. This is a seed to table program. Both adults and youth interact with this program. Many summer camps, arts and outdoor activities. It's a great program. Next, please. This is the field trip program that we brought to you last year, and you can see some of these numbers here. This is the Tucson Village Farm field trip, where schools come in and have a field trip for the day to learn about health and nutrition and other things. And you can see that our numbers are fluctuating. We are not making gains with current funding, but we are holding firm at about 5,000 youth a year. Next, please. And finally, we did receive a comorbidity COVID-19 grant, thankfully, from Pima County Public Health, and we are seeing really great results. We're up 1,200 youth this year with this field trip program, and we'll probably make it 2,000 more. So 7,000 kids will get this program by the end of the year. Next, please. And finally, I just want to thank you for your support. It is hugely critical to our operations, and it's really helping us beat back all sorts of invasives and actually reach the youth and the lower income people of our region with really important educational information. So your support is valued by us, and thank you very much.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for your patience and waiting. Any questions, colleagues? Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And Ms. Zucker, thank you for your patience. Thank you for finding our meeting fascinating, although I bet all of us want to hear your definition of fascinating. But I have a question that I would appreciate if both you and the county administrator or somebody she designates would respond to. In the fiscal impact section of the agenda item report, and you referred to this in your presentation, it says discussions are underway to evaluate funding levels in relationship to program elements currently funded by the county and through Pima County Conservation Lands and Resources, and to evaluate the potential for county support to expand the Tucson Village Farm School Field Trip Program. You mentioned that we're not meeting the demand from the various school districts based on current resources. Obviously, county administration is indicating that there are discussions underway to, as it says, evaluate the potential for county support. Could you first address the need, and then Ms. Lesher, if we could hear from you or somebody you designate about where we are with assessing that part of the fiscal impact piece?
Sure. For my part, we've been teaming up with the health department to increase these field trips. And that is the segment of money that we are hopeful to add to the appropriations. We did some estimates on what that would be and what it looks like. It would not only fund someone to do the organization and the volunteer organization, the many parts of the program to keep those increased numbers increasing, but it also has a subsidy to schools that don't have field trip dollars and to youth for whom $7 for a field trip is beyond their means. And so we have 1,000 kids or something like that, maybe 800 kids will be getting that. And then 10 schools. So that's in the dollar amount that we have proposed and discussed with Administrator Lesher. And those are in very early days. We've just started those conversations. So, yeah.
Yes, and Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, again, we met yesterday. What we've been talking about, I think it was 2 years ago, where we moved, this program used to be funded as part of our outside agency regular requests. Given the nature of the program and what the university and this program has meant to the county, excuse me, we moved it out of that allocation process into the budget of what is now Conservation Land and Resources, so that we could ensure we were reviewing it each year. It was last year. Without funding, we directed Claire and the team to talk to the health department, and were able to redirect some grants that were coming into the department at that time. We met yesterday. We had a pretty frank conversation about how much was in contingency for this year, but the request has been looking at next fiscal year. So we don't have a number at this point, but we do know it's in the budget. There's the placekeeper in the budget, and we are talking with Conservation Land and Resources to see what's possible for an expansion. No guarantees at this point, but we'll be looking at it as it comes into next year's budget.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the field trip program really touches on health. It touches on, in some ways, poverty, because healthy eating is so linked to that, and then early childhood education. So there's a lot of links to the priorities of the county in that program, and there's a lot of ability to look at it, to be flexible with it, and to look at it geographically. Are we really hitting all of your districts? Are we really getting to people throughout the county?
And I assume you're also working with the city of Tucson for funding.
No, the county, the way that Cooperative Extension works is they work directly with the counties, and this is statewide, this is national. Mm-hmm. And in our state, the University of Arizona waives any overhead with the county appropriations, which is one of the reasons we moved it there. And so that arrangement is not possible with the city of Tucson. So we have a very large city of Tucson funding, but it's with the water department for the Smartscape program, and unfortunately there is overhead. So you are in a very lucky spot.
Well, no, I was asking because you have that program, the Smartscape program.
Yes.
That is all for city, so I was wondering
all for
about
the city,
that funding, but
and that is that funding. Yeah.
All right. Okay, thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
So now we're going back on the agenda, Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards. Flood Control District Board, item number 8. I just received a note that was going to be pulled. Mr. Lesher, do you want to?
Chair Grijalva, our request is to continue it to a meeting in December. Your preference?
This is the situation that
Mr. I believe David Keys?
Yes,
Was his
okay.
name, and-
All right, great, thank you. So this will come back.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then if you pull it, does it have to come back exactly the same? Or, this is my question with some of these. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Chair Grijalva, if it is continued, it'll come back with the same language unless they make revisions. They can make revisions, and that'll be additional material for the item. If you remove it, they can remove it and then bring it back as a whole.
However, okay, so we just have to remember to so we're just removing it. And then that way, if you all figure out something else, then it doesn't have to come back exactly the same, right?
The concern is the gentleman is referring to statutes that don't apply to the flood control district. So we are in conversations about what the easement might look like, so.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the suggestion would then be just to remove it, because if you pull it, I don't know, it's a terminology thing that I think we need to figure out, because.
Staff would ask you remove the item.
Thank you, perfect. And then that way you bring it back however you want. Okay, that makes sense, thank you. Item number 9 is insight in hydrology. It's a contract amount of $45,000. I'll go ahead and move the item. Second. Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 10 has been removed. Sitting is the Board of Supervisors. Item 11 is approval of the consent calendar. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item Board of Supervisors, item 12. Do any of my colleagues wish to give an update on boards, committees, or commissions, or any others? Supervisor Scott, then Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. As I mentioned earlier in the meeting, I sit on the executive board of the County Supervisors Association, and I joined my colleagues, Supervisor Miller from Pinal County, Supervisor Pancrazi from Yuma County, Supervisor Shepard from Apache County, and Supervisor Mallory from Yavapai County last Thursday when the executive board had the honor of meeting with Governor Hobbs and 4 of her staff members to go over our legislative priorities and what we hope they will include in their budget in terms of the County Supervisors Association's priorities for the coming year. And I just wanted to say to my colleagues and also to the public in this time of really extreme partisanship, this is my 4th year being involved with the County Supervisors Association. All supervisors in the state are members of the association, so obviously there are members of both parties in the association. There are Republicans and Democrats on the executive board that met with Governor Hobbs. There are Republicans and Democrats on the Legislative Policy Committee that I also belong to that meets while the legislature's in session. I can remember only one instance of a partisan disagreement coming up within the association, and that's because the interests of counties are the interests of counties, regardless of which letter is after a supervisor's name. So just wanted to share that with all of you, and we also were very grateful to how responsive and attentive to the needs of counties the governor and her staff were. And we hope to see that reflected in her budget.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I have 3 items to report on. First of all, last month, I want to give kudos to Chair Grijalva because she was awarded it's called the Women Achievers of Arizona. It's the top women in public service profession, and she was given the award, and really the only one from Pima County. Everyone else was from Maricopa, pretty much. But I had the honor of attending, and I wanted to make sure everyone knew. So congratulations to you. I am the liaison from the board to the Metropolitan Education Commission. You might have noticed last Wednesday there were lots of youth around our courtyard at the county courthouse, and they had their annual teen town hall. They said it was the best ever because they loved being at the county courthouse. And they also were in the main library. They had 100 students from Sunnyside, Desert View, Marana, Saurita, Rincon, Pueblo, Tucson, and Basis. I want to thank and acknowledge the executive director, Rocky Perez, and I want to acknowledge Natalie Shep from DEQ, who facilitated the climate change discussion They had lots of breakout groups, and Natalie was one of our leaders. Also, thanks to our elected officials who presented, Chair Grijalva, County Attorney Conover, Vice Mayor Kevin Dahl, and County Recorder Gabrielle Cesares Kelly. And third, and lastly, a report on the USDA, Federal Office of Rural Development, came to Ajo and why Arizona to present 2 awards, one bringing fiber to their homes for Ajo. That's a big deal. Michelle Simon was on a panel and brought forward a lot of good information and was able to contribute. Scott D. Bias was invited to speak at the Y Water District, and Y won a grant for a new water well, and that Scott's team is going to be having to monitor that. So we're very excited that they got a new well because they needed it. Anyway, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Very quickly, I just want to acknowledge the National Certificate of Recognition of the Firewise program to Mount Lemmon and the Mount Lemmon community that has successfully completed the Firewise USA program's annual requirements for 2024 and is a participating in good standing throughout the upcoming year. They removed approximately 425 cubic yards of vegetation. They spent, with hours monetized, $112,255 in hours invested, and that's up from $61,000 from the previous year, and they are improving every year. That's the Firewise program, and I know it slipped everybody's mind. I'll just take a quick opportunity to express our sorrow and condolences over the tragic passing of John McLean. I did not know him well, but I'm sure our paths crossed. He was a member of and a homeowner in the Mount Lemmon Summerhaven community, and it was a horribly tragic and untimely passing of what every indication that I see and have heard was a remarkable man. So,
thank you.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I first want to thank Supervisor Christie for that tribute to Mr. McLean, and also want to thank him because he jogged my memory about something that I wanted to ask Ms. Lesher to brief the board on. One of the things that we talked about, the County Supervisors Association Executive Board with the governor, was our gratitude to her for forming a working group to take a look at the cost and availability of insurance, especially in fire-prone areas. Could you talk about who our representative to that working group is going to be and when we expect to have a report from them?
Administrator Lesher. Okay. I'll get back to you.
Oh, I thought that was the thing you appointed Mr. DeBonis to.
No, sir.
Oh.
I don't know, excuse me, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, there's a working group that was formed to work with the Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions on issues. I don't know when it's convened. Mr. DeBonis is going to be our representative on that. Forgive me, but the part of the question about when it's convening and when there would be a response to the board, I do not know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And then the other, just as a note, I'm not sure that this is the right item to ask that question since it's Board of Supervisors appointees. Anything else? All right, thank you. Now we're going to move on. We've addressed 13. 14 is Finance and Risk Management, a monthly financial update. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva, and we do have Director Moulton here to provide the monthly update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair. We have for you the period 3 forecast, which is includes the actuals through September 30th with projections through the end of June 2025. Next slide, please. So So what you have in front of you is the revenues for the general fund were projected to be $776 million, which is approximately $2 million more than was budgeted. The general fund revenues, as you know, are broken down into three categories. The first is taxes, which were budgeted at $464 million and are currently projected to be just slightly under budget at $463. The non-departmental revenues, which were budgeted for $254 million, are currently projected to come in at $256 million, which is about $2 million more than budgeted. And that is all in the area of state shared sales taxes. We're seeing a slight uptick in that than what was budgeted to begin with. And then the third area is the departmental revenues. These were budgeted at approximately $30.6 million, and we're currently projecting to receive about 31.3, approximately $600,000 more than budgeted. So all in all, on the revenue side, we're looking very stable. On the general fund expenditures, taken as a whole, the county is expected to be on target currently for the year end. There is one department that has indicated that they will be over a considerable amount of money, and that is the Sheriff's Department. They are currently projecting to be over budget by approximately $4.7 million. You will recall that last year at this time, they also had this same projection. The majority of these costs are in personnel, specifically in overtime, primarily related to the jail. As you can see from the slide, we're projecting to be on budget, which means other departments are coming in under budget, making up that overage at the Sheriff's Department. Are there any questions related to the overall financial summary for period 3?
Supervisor Scott, then Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Director Moulton. Thank you also for enduring all the earlier parts of the meeting to stay here for your presentation. Ms. Lesher, the last paragraph of the financial report says that several general fund departments have expressed concerns about meeting the 2% budget reduction included in the fiscal year 2024-25 budget. Departments have been requested to address this for the period 4 forecast. Can either in a subsequent report, or if there's anything to share now, can we hear about which departments are saying that they're going to have trouble meeting that budget reduction?
We can provide a report. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Hines.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And this on the sheriff situation, I don't get this. I understood this 3 years ago. I get, overtime, like staffing issues, being really understaffed, and a lot of people had to kind of fill in, and therefore they're getting paid overtime. But my understanding is, based on recruitment reports and staffing reports that I've looked at, that we're staffed up in the Sheriff's Department. So what the heck is this? I just don't understand why can this department not follow the rules that every other department is following? I just don't understand it. There shouldn't be overtime, and overtime is bad because overtime pads retirement in some cases, in many cases. So that puts us on the hook for ever. So I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm asking anyone a specific question, but is any ideas would be great. Love to hear from staff.
Thank you. And Chair Cahalden, Supervisor Hines, we have begun some conversations about what are the parameters or the opportunities for central finance to work with departments to ensure, to see what happens if they do go over budget, what a hold might be. We have it with other departments. We don't have it with all of our elected officials, and we're looking at what the various legal parameters might be.
Well, ultimately, we have to approve the overall budget, and we approved what the Sheriff's Department has been budgeted. And so I guess ultimately any other requests are going to have to come back to the board. And I think that depending on what the overage is caused by, what happens, it will have consequences if we don't vote in favor of the increase in the budget. And so I think it's incumbent on every department to really try to work within the budget that they've already been approved, especially considering that this budget for the sheriffs is one of the largest. Is it the largest? It's the largest. So it makes it a little hard for us to think about increasing, especially considering the fact that there's so many other projects. Our contingency is very small. We don't have really the capacity to do more, I don't think. Administrator Leisure.
And Chair Grijalva, just to comment that I think when we began these reports with the board, there were multiple departments that we highlighted each month as being over budget. And so just a shout out to Ellen and the Finance and Risk Management team and every department in the county who has been doing a terrific job making sure that they are staying in budget. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh. Did you have?
I have one more slide.
Absolutely. Thank you. I thought there was another one.
So this is the budget timeline for the development of the 25-26 budget. We are going to be on the new system. We opened the budget system, it's called Adaptive, to departmental users yesterday. We had previously talked about the timeline. It stacks up pretty much the same as in previous years. There are however, two items that I'd like to bring to your attention. The first one is February 18th, a review of the supplemental requests with the board. Last year, you had requested to be receiving that information earlier in the budget cycle. So we are planning to come to you at the second meeting in February, the normal time when finance reports to you, to discuss all of the supplementals that have been received by the county. As you can tell, the department budgets are due on the 17th of January. All supplementals are due at that time as well. That will give finance and county administration time to put together a packet and deliver it to you for discussion on the 18th of February. The second item is very similar. It's a review of the capital improvement plan with the board. You had also requested to receive some of this information earlier in the process. So following along the second meeting in March, we will have a presentation on the overall capital improvement plan, what we are looking at prior to the county administrator's recommended budget being put together. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. Okay, so now we're on item 15. It's a road establishment, resolution number 2024-63, correcting a right-of-way. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 16 is Assistance Dogs of the West. A no cost extension. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 18 is the Northwest Fire District to provide intergovernmental agreement for county fuel sites access. This is a contract amount of $25,000 revenue over 4-year term. Just to clarify, is this $25,000 every year for 4 years, or is it divided by 4?
It's Chair Grijalva, it's $25,000 every year up to 4 years. Highly unlikely we'll be receiving that type of revenue.
Okay, so it's an as needed or something. Okay. So this is highlighting the concern that I have that depending on the item, it means different things. Okay, so this is an annual contract amount for 4 years. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 19, we have to jump to item 36 first to move this item. This is acceptance of a health department grant of $2.5 million. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Now back to item number 19. This is to provide for Pima Cares project. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 21. This is the construction item that reads that it's a contract amount for $266,000 roughly for a 5-year term. What does that mean specifically? Go ahead.
Chair
Administrator Lesher.
if I'm, let me try to start a bit with this. Excuse me. And then, pardon me. And then Mr. DeBonis will add any information because this was confusing and can continue to be. This is for a project that began about 3.5 years ago with the design work that started really in 2023. We've spent about $1.8 million. This is one contract within that project totaling the $266,268, which is a guaranteed maximum price for pre-construction services for that one part of what will ultimately be an $18 million project. Some of the granularity Mr. DeBonis can add, but I know that there have been some questions about the use of the building and wanted to clarify that this is for courtrooms and judges' chambers. So while the city has indicated an interest in talking about consolidation or co-location, that can continue because these will be courtrooms and judges' chambers. Those floors are currently vacant.
Okay.
Carmine, what else?
Mr. DeBonis.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Grijalva, so the contract manager at risk approach is an alternate delivery method, I think, from what most are used to seeing, which is a design bid build. So design bid build, we hire a design consultant. They do a complete design through 100% construction drawings. Then we take that design out to bid, and a contractor bids on constructing the improvement. So that normally is split up into the design consultant and then the contract to construct the improvements. In this instance, it is a bit of a hybrid. The board did approve a design consulting contract with DLR Group. They have taken the design through the 60% planned completion stage. We then take that 60% design and we seek a contractor to come on board to work with the design consultant to wrap up the plans through 100%. And the idea is that they can help through value engineering and their expertise in constructing the improvements to reduce the costs and shorten the time frame. So the first step in the contracting with the contract manager at risk is the pre-construction services contract. And so that's the $286,000 or $68,000 dollar amount. Within the request that is being made, we are asking for approval of up to $18 million for the complete construction of the project. So what happens is that contract that you approved today will then receive amendments that we are asking the board to authorize the procurement director to approve, and they will come in the form of guaranteed maximum price amendments, right? When the contractor develops the full project budget and schedule and cost expenses, those will then be via amendments approved by the procurement director. So I understand we got part of the way there in addressing your request for additional clarity in that we did that on the BOSAIR in making it more clear under the purpose statement that there was, in addition to the $266,000 amount for pre-construction services, the up to $18 million to fully construct the project. What we fell short on is making that reflection in the agenda item as it's posted on the agenda. And so we have more work to do to go ahead and get that remaining, step completed so that it not only says it is the $266,000 for pre-construction services for a 5-year term, but that it will also include amendments in the form of guaranteed maximum price amendments to up to the $18 million total project cost estimate.
I almost think that the item should read, we're renovating courtrooms for up to $18 million, and part of that this approval includes contracts like that, because the way it reads, I mean, I understand that the attachments were updated, and I appreciate that. I think one of the concerns that I have is these agendas should be really easy for anyone who doesn't have to open up the attachment to understand what we're voting on. That's the whole purpose of the agenda. Otherwise, we can just sit up here and chat about whatever. And so my concern is, how can we word this so when we approve it right now, we can ask our clerk to update the item to reflect the revised language? Because I still think that this is not, I mean, otherwise I won't be able to vote for it because it doesn't read what we're actually doing. And so if y'all have some language that you could forward to Melissa, or if you have a suggestion now, that can be changed. And then what I would recommend, because again, if you look at these items, from one to the other, like the one that was pulled before says $80,000 for 2-year term. What it really is $80,000 a year for 2 years, so $160,000. But then on this item that we're on now, it says $266,000 for a 5-year term. That it's inclusive, like you have 5 years to spend this amount. So I just think that we have to get some language that makes sense. You all feel free to brainstorm what you want and then let us know what it is. And so then when the clerk gets the items and they don't make sense, when she goes back to directors or whoever put it together, that we all play cooperation to make sure that what we actually see on a public agenda is in line with, like, it's a consistent language. Because from one item to the other, it's not consistent. And so do we have a suggestion for language right now on this item?
What I might, ma'am,
Yeah.
Chair Grijalva, looking at the both, Sarah, if we take what is there and add 2, I believe, short paragraphs.
Feel free to read it, and Melissa will.
This project is expected to have multiple GMPs for construction services. The CMAR's contractor's construction budget is set not to exceed $18 million. The Board of Supervisors is to authorize the procurement director to execute all modifications, including 1 or more GMPs, provided the cumulative total of all GMPs and pre-construction service do not exceed the $18 million, and the contract expiration date does not exceed September 16th, 2029.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
And she'll hand the language. Supervisor Christie.
Just for clarity, this tenant improvement and this reconstruction, are these being made for the city of Tucson?
Chair Grijalva.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, no. This is for the Superior Court. It started with the Family Law Court, which is the 7th floor of the Superior Court building at this point. It was last renovated in the 90s. Okay. It needs to be renovated. We began this project for those floors for the Superior Court, but there has been other conversations. I just want to be sure that should there be a desire to pivot at any point to make it a different kind of facility or to work with anyone else, it will be fit with the courtrooms and judges' chambers. But this project started more than 3.5 years ago from the Superior Court request.
Right. And then the conversation that's been happening with the city is really trying to co-locate the courtrooms to make it easier for the community, because sometimes you have an issue in the city and then you have to go to Superior Court and you're just like bouncing around. So, but this has nothing to do with any agreement with the city of Tucson. This is something they were already going to be building courtrooms there.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes,
Supervisor Scott.
I want to refer everybody to the memo that's attached to this item and go to the section headed Procurement of CMAR Services. And that first paragraph, during evaluation of the appropriate construction delivery method, a construction manager at risk delivery was determined as the optimum choice for the project. The CMAR delivery method hires the contractor on a qualifications-based selection during the design phase of the project to utilize their construction expertise to align the scope of the project with the construction method. The CMAR delivery method allows the construction scope to be separated into bid packages, which allows portions of the work to start or long lead time materials to be ordered while the remainder of the design is completed and bid later. Regardless of whether you're separating bid packages, it sounds to me like the CMAR method should be our default method. I mean, it just seems like the way to go. Now, I recognize I'm saying that as a layperson, but I wanted to ask Mr. DeBonis, why wouldn't that just be our default method?
So, Madam Chair and Supervisor Scott, we can follow up with additional information on the process that we use, but there's actually a rubric that the project design teams will use in determining the appropriate method for delivery. So it may seem like, yes, this is the best approach to use throughout all of the projects. They may have variations that make a traditional design bid build, right, on a low cost basis, the appropriate means for delivering a project. This marries together the design consultant and the construction contract with an eye towards there's complexities in the project that would benefit from breaking things up and being able to pursue certain pieces of that earlier. We know that any electrical system components these days have very long lead times, and so being able to go ahead and start that project while those items are ordered first and then arrive at the appropriate time when they'll be installed is extremely beneficial. There's design build, right, which ADOT uses, and in fact, the project that they're doing over on I-10 between the Keno interchange and the Country Club interchange, they're using a design build. So they've gone ahead and it's more performance based, and the contractor has come on and will do the design while they are working on construction. Mm-hmm. So there's a science to it, and we can come back to the board in a memorandum and say, here's the approach that's generally used, and give you those tools that we utilize in deciding which is the optimal method for delivering a project.
I don't know if that would be as interesting as the struvite accumulation we talked about at the last meeting, but I'm interested in hearing it.
That's the one. Hi, I'm okay. All right, anyway. Go ahead. I have a motion. So we are going to approve approval as amended. So the language will be updated after we approve what we're going with, right? Okay. So I'll go ahead and move that.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any additional discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 22 is a Silver Bell Mining to provide a right-of-way encroachment. And this is $8,750 a year. I'm sorry. See, this is actually clear. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, so it is for a 25-year term, $350 a year. So that's nice. Really love that. Let's try that. Okay, so I have a motion. I'll go ahead and move the item. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Can we bundle? Do we have a presentation or slides for 24? No. Okay. So 23, 24, and 25. Okay, I'll go ahead and move all of those.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Items number 26 through 33. Yes. Can we bundle those? Okay, unfortunately I have to read all of them. Okay, I'm sorry. Resolution 26 is resolution number 2024-64. 27, resolution number 2024-65. 28 is -66. 29 is -67. 30 is -68. 31 is -69. 32 -70 and 33-71. We'll go ahead and move all of those items 26 to 33. They are different agreements for the Sheriff's Department.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Items pass unanimously. Item number 34 is the City of Tucson to provide, this is the grant acceptance for Operation Deep Freeze. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. 35 is, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. We've addressed 36. 37 is a grant acceptance from American Rescue Plan. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed.
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Can we take 38, 39, and 40 together? Okay, I'll go ahead and move all of those items.
Second.
Have a motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. We have addressed all of the hearings. So we're done with the agenda. Now we're on to the addendum. Addendum number 1. This is the 2024 election measure balance. This is a request to ask our county administration to analyze and report findings to the Board of Supervisors, the fiscal and operational impacts of the Proposition 311, 312, 313, and 314. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie, then Supervisor Scott.
I'd like to add, make a friendly amendment to this agenda item that we include proposition item 139.
Okay, I don't have an issue with that. I don't know how it will impact, but I'm fine with asking for that. So are you okay with the
Yes, ma'am.
friendly amendment? Great, we'll add proposition 139. And then you had a question, Supervisor Scott?
I'm not only interested in the potential cost of Proposition 312, but that's going to vary depending on who makes claims. But I'm not clear procedurally on how it works.
I think that you're not alone in that one.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, that's why I added like operational. Like, what does
Oh,
that
thank
mean?
you.
Yeah, because it was not just financial. It was more like, what are we going to do with this? And I think that this could be some of the foundation for, requests for clarification.
Yes.
That might be coming up later. All right. So we have a motion, a second, and we are adding Proposition 139. So as amended. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. And then item number 3 is a contract and award. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Christie.
Go ahead.
The question I had is twofold. First of all, we initially approved this in August of 2023, but there's a need for additional funding. Please refresh my memory, either Ms. Lesher or Mr. Brown. Why do we need outside representation in this instance? And then I had a follow-up question.
Administrator Lesher, Mr. Brown.
Chair, we have a Supervisor Scott. From a legal perspective, this is a very complicated multi-part deal with the not development. And so we required expertise. It wasn't a conflict situation. It was a situation where we needed technical expertise. And we hired the attorneys to provide that expertise in addition to the work that our in-house attorneys were doing.
Okay, thank you. And then the follow-up question I had is, I had a conversation during one of our weekly check-ins with Ms. Lesher about our overall use of outside counsel, which she indicated was an ongoing discussion between her and Mr. Brown. Could the board get a report from your two offices as to the extent of outside counsel that we're using, why we are, and Mr. Brown, if there's any ability to dial back the use of outside counsel as you're moving into the new term? It would be great to get that comprehensive overview and get a sense of where we may be headed long-term. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, along those same lines of Supervisor Scott, Mr. Brown answered the why do we need outside counsel on this to the tune of $285,000 so far. But this is a Phoenix firm. How did this firm get chosen, and aren't there established competent firms here in Pima County?
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we've worked with Osborne Maladon in the past on gift clause issues. These are very complex matters that have potential huge liability for the county. And we always seek to find the best
And there are none here in Pima County that are the best.
I'm sure there are, but part of the problem, Supervisor Christie, is sort of the ramping up. And when we have an established relationship with a firm, particularly on a specific subject like gift clause or construction, it's always easier for staff and for our internal attorneys to work with folks that we've worked with before who don't have to relearn the county.
I don't think you'll be invited to the annual Pima County Bar Association.
All right, any other questions? All right, have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, item passes unanimously. And then the last one is a merit commission and law enforcement merit system. This is an appointment of Cecilia Valdez to replace Paul Rubin. I just wanted to thank Mr. Rubin for his service on this commission and welcome Ms. Valdez. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, item passes unanimously. Our meeting is adjourned at 1:30. Thank you.